All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2024 All-Atlantic Forum, and welcome to Ottawa. Bonjour, et je vous souhaite la bienvenue à Ottawa et au Forum de l'Alliance transatlantique pour la recherche et l'innovation océanique. My name is Justin Munyaneza, mon nom est Justin Munyaneza, and I'll be your master of ceremony for the next 2 days. Before we get started, I would like to acknowledge that our gathering this week takes place on Turtle Island, the traditional territories of various Indigenous peoples in North America. As we move forward, let us do so with deep respect for the histories and the cultures of the Anishinaabe and the Algonquin people, who are the traditional people of the land we are on today. We also honor all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples, recognizing their invaluable contribution, both past, present, to these lands. We have a packed agenda, so a few housekeeping items. We have French, English, simultaneous interpretation. L'interprétation simultanée sera offerte dans les 2 langues officielles. Les toilettes publiques se retrouvent dans les vestibules du salon, à l'entrée des galeries. Washrooms are located in the vestibule or at the entrance of the galleries on the 3rd floor. And lunch and refreshments will be served in a rotunda 1 floor down from this floor. And if you have questions in this forum, we have amazing volunteers. They're exceptional, and you'll see, they're amazing. Now, to kick off the forum, it is my honor to present the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans, and the Canadian Coast Guard, Mike Kellaway. He has a history with this forum as he signed the All-Atlantic Declaration in Washington, D.C. on behalf of Canada in July 2022. It is my pleasure to introduce Mike to the stage.
Well, thank you very much. As mentioned, I am the Parliamentary Secretary for Fisheries and Oceans and the Coast Guard. I am also an Atlantic Canadian. I am from Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, so Google that later. But it's in Cape Breton Island, and
recording in progress.
No one told me we were being recorded. You know, just a little background on why this, I'll call it a file, is important to me, and then I'll get into my prepared remarks. My parents met working at a fish plant. My mom was the one of 13 children, and their father was a fisher and died very young. And the boys and the girls all worked at the fish plant, but all took great care before it was a profession in terms of being stewards of the water. And they passed that on to me. And I'm forever grateful for that. And I'm also forever grateful for organizations like this one, for the work you do, the purpose behind it, the aims, the objectives, the outcomes. It's something that I share deeply with you as an Atlantic Canadian, beyond just being a member of Parliament or Parliamentary Secretary for Fisheries, Oceans, and the Coast Guard. So now to the prepared remarks. Get ready to be wowed. So, Canada is proud to be a member of the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance. And as we gather here for the 2024 All-Atlantic Forum, with that shared purpose and spirit of cooperation that I just talked about, I want to truly recognize the vital role that each of you play in shaping the future of the Atlantic Ocean. The waters of the Atlantic Ocean include some of the most productive marine ecosystems in the world. You know this. Canada, along with other nations, a lot represented here, is dependent, quite frankly, on the Atlantic. And we are committed to ensuring this invaluable resource remains healthy and sustainable for decades to come. As a member of Aoria, Canada is committed to engaging with you, our all-Atlantic partners, to working together to tackle considerable challenges, quite frankly, that the ocean is facing. And everyone in this room understands the critical importance, quite frankly, of protecting the global ocean, and with the objective, this objective at the forefront. The Alliance was formalized with the signing, as mentioned, of the All-Atlantic Declaration in 2022 that I happened to play a role and was honored to participate in on behalf of Canada. Now, what started as 8 Atlantic partners, Argentina, anyone from Argentina here? Okay, Brazil, Canada, come on, there's gotta be some Canadians here. Cabo, the European Union, Morocco, South Africa, and the United States has grown to include Iceland, Norway, the United Kingdom, and soon others. Together, we are committed to fostering a collaborative approach to advancing a fit-for-purpose, solutions-based ocean science and innovation that will benefit coastal communities like mine and yours, and ultimately ensure that the continued health and sustainability of the Atlantic Ocean for future generations. Together, Aoria is working to turn words, and I love this line here, it's something I've circled, turn words and ideas into action. Canada is committed to doing its part to support the priorities outlined in the All-Atlantic Declaration. We've made significant investments in international ocean science activities, demonstrating strong leadership and contributing to the generation of the knowledge needed to inform sustainable ocean policy decisions. Now we're working closely with our colleagues and stakeholders at home and internationally, and we're committed to the meaningful engagement of Indigenous people as we advance our shared ocean agenda. For nearly a decade, folks, Canada has prioritized ocean conservation underpinned by sound science and cooperation with domestic and international partners. Now, I want to give you some examples here. So first, we are committed to protecting 30% of our domestic waters by 2030, and we're proud that we've gone from less than 1% protection in 2015 to protecting over 15% of Canada's marine and coastal areas today. 2, our 2030 national strategy, developed in collaboration with Indigenous partners, includes many actions to conserve and sustainably use our ocean space and its biodiversity in alignment with the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that we are currently undertaking, and the required steps in our domestic treaty process for the ratification is obviously ongoing. Number 3, we are committed to tackling climate change with the ultimate goal of net zero emissions by 2050. As part of these efforts, we are relying on ocean science to help develop predictive climate models, and we're advancing science-based adaptation tools to inform coastal infrastructure management and to address sea level rise and shoreline loss of coastal communities. And number 4, Canada remains dedicated to combating illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing through sound governance and science-based policies. I want to highlight that, science-based policies and decisions that ensure fisheries sustainability. We're also fostering the long-term systemic changes that are needed for a more prosperous, equitable, and inclusive future for members of the Atlantic Ocean community and beyond. And we have formalized this commitment through federal legislation and policy through the implementation of targeted programs and initiatives that aim to recognize and address disparities in ocean science. We are dedicated to ensuring that efforts to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in ocean science are at the forefront of our work in Aoria. The 2024 All-Atlantic Forum provides an excellent platform to showcase the work you are all doing to support our shared ambitions when it comes to the Atlantic Ocean. The forum is also an excellent opportunity to leverage initiatives with similar objectives, such as the Partnership on Atlantic Cooperation. We are pleased that this event is endorsed by the IOC and UNESCO as an official UN Ocean Decade action, providing recognition of the impact of our work and what it's doing to support a healthy and sustainable ocean. I want to say that these gatherings matter. The individual ideas that you have as a country come together to form a shared intelligence. We need to have honest discussion. We need to work together. And it's not unlike the area that I come from in Cape Breton. When we had a downturn in the economy, a significant downturn in the economy, when the coal mines and the steel plant in 2000 went under, closed, there were thousands upon thousands of people unemployed. there was lack of hope. There was lack of hope for the future, hope for the present. But then people got together. People from all sectors. And I look at you, and yes, you represent a sector, but there are so many subsectors that you represent from your individual countries. Embrace that. Have those conversations here, but we know that the conversations out in the coffee room, that's where the jam is, right? So I'm very, very pleased to be here. I feel like there's a strong connection personally to this group with me, the work you do, and I'm proud of that. So thank you. Those are my concluding remarks. Now I'd like to do something. I'd like to introduce the Inuit knowledge holder, and I'm going to say this, Jerry Kolmaxil-Tiksak. Do I have that correct? I'd like to acknowledge and introduce you to come up to the stage. Thank you very much, folks. And you were sitting with me all this time. Okay, there you go. Come on up. Good to see you.
Likewise.
Yeah, real pleasure. After you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Udlak mga Jerry Kumaksutiksa. Kind of give me a moment. I brought my wife's amauti, where Inuit women carry their babies on the back. I'm Inuit from Nunavut. My community is Chesterfield. I grew up in a community of 300 people. We may not have been well cultured because we're an isolated community, but we were very cultural about our own culture. Inuit live in a very harsh environment where when it comes to a blizzard, we cannot see each other about 10 feet away from us. So you can easily get lost out on the land. As an Inuit, when it comes down to a meeting like this, when I was asked previously if I could come in to do a short presentation about Inuit, I said to my wife, how can I make an impact? How can I make a positive impact in a span of 5 or 10 minutes at the most? So I said, I will bring my wife's amauti, because when children are born, they're very close to their mom. Throughout the first 3 years of their life. Literally, they're living in the amauti. They're like little furnace during winter. And the discussion amongst each other between mom and dad, and mom and son or daughter and stuff like that. So you guys have a very important and unique part of this meeting today. The decisions that you make will impact globally. Just coming in this morning, I met beautiful individuals from the East Coast to the UK. There was a person from Ireland, I believe, and also Italy. So if I could kindly have a woman volunteer to put on an amauti, I can quickly do a show and tell. And shortly after that, I'll do an Inuit prayer. So thank you. We do have a volunteer. Put on the belt. Go follow this. Good? I'm gonna go around you just so that's the belt. Good? That's a good corner. Front there. So the baby is put not in the hood here. This is basically the hood. The baby is put in between here and the back of the mouth. So it becomes like a generator for both. Insulation. And minus 50 when they're going to go out and stuff like that, this hood can go over both the baby and this one here hold the wind down from it. Sorry. No. You can hold on to that. There. So, oh, thank you. So, each amount is made for each baby. Most Inuit children have lived in the Amouti. I have 4 children. This one was for my youngest one. And he actually traveled the world. He did 64 plus countries in the span of 3 years. He traveled the Atlantic Ocean in a cruise ship. So the young man I'm talking about, his namesake was to live out in the ocean. He hunted. When he hunted, he took care of the environment with kind care and love for the environment. So when he mentioned he was going to go hunting, we would kind of laugh about that situation because he didn't need to hunt. The animals came to him because he took care of the environment and the atmosphere. When my son traveled the Atlantic Ocean and went into the different countries, majority of his pictures, he was close to animals, environment. So our namesake's very important. Tomorrow I will do a teaching about our namesake. I'm going to keep it short today. It is such an honor to be here. I will try to embrace my time around you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Can I turn this off? Testing. Good? Perfect. I'll help you in a second. Yep. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Again, your strategies for success and your priorities will affect globally. So please do keep in mind to do things with your heart. As Inuit always say, the mind is a beautiful thing when it's creative. The mind is the most destructive thing when you're overthinking. So to see global individuals and coming up with priorities and working on them, it is such an honor to be here. I will do a short prayer in my Inuktitut language to seek guidance and to help you guys in coming up with priorities for each individual. If I could do that, if you would so kindly stand up, that would be great. Nuna leokti apekitlalakpunga tasioktoyo mablata. Tako tamanitu tuksutikki meanagatiarlugi taikoloki maksumayange ilagi yange aipange nutakkange kawasatiarlugi soolokiping mo pulalugi meanagayautiarnearmata. Tako halukati majutikinartamenne aakkiksuisumayu ukakatigittiarluti angikatigiittiarluti kayusittiarluti taimanna apekitlalupu nunaleorti qoyaname nunaleorti. Amen. Thank you very much. For Inuit, creator, in our Inuktitut language we call creator nunaleorti, literally meaning creator. Thank you. She quickly asked me how I say thank you in Inuktitut. I'm going to tell you how Inuit are very grateful and very thankful. In Nunavut alone, from the west to the east, Kitikmeot region will say Kwana. In my region on the west coast of Hudson Bay, there's two ways of saying it, which is Matna and Kuyanami. And the last one on the Baffin Island, they say Nakokmi. 4 different words to say thank you in different dialects. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jerry, for the cultural knowledge, history, and guidance. And I want to thank the Parliament Secretary. Thanks for joining us. Now on to the next speaker. J'aimerais vous introduire à Mohamed El Madji Jouan, chef adjoint de mission du Maroc au Canada, pour faire quelques remarques.
Good morning, everyone. As mentioned, I'm Mohamed Mehdi Gawan. I'm the Deputy Head of Mission of the Embassy of Morocco in Canada. And I think that I'm going to be the first speaker today to speak in French. So I apologize for the audience, but I think it would be good as well for the sake of the audience. Monsieur le secrétaire parlementaire, mesdames et messieurs les ambassadeurs, mesdames et messieurs les directeurs généraux, distinguée audience, c'est un grand honneur pour moi d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui à l'occasion de ce forum scientifique si important pour l'avenir de nos océans et de notre planète. Je tiens tout d'abord à exprimer mes sincères remerciements aux organisateurs de cet événement, le ministère des Pêches et des Océans du Canada, la Direction générale de la Recherche et de l'Innovation de la Commission européenne, ainsi que le projet Océano, qui ont rendu possible cette rencontre d'experts et de chercheurs du monde entier. Le Royaume du Maroc attache une importance capitale à la mer et à son littoral. Notre pays, doté de 3 façades maritimes s'étendant sur plus de 3500 km, bénéficie d'une géographie exceptionnelle, qui contribue directement à son développement économique et social. 512 km sur la côte Méditerranée, 82 km sur le détroit de Gibraltar et 2900 km sur l'océan Atlantique. Le Maroc dispose ainsi de plus d'1 million de kilomètres carrés d'espace maritime sous sa juridiction. Notre économie maritime représente une part essentielle de notre tissu industriel et touristique, avec plus de 90% de nos industries liées à la pêche, à la valorisation des produits de la mer, aux activités portuaires, au tourisme balnéaire, ainsi qu'à l'exploitation des ressources en pétrole et en gaz. Cependant, cette richesse maritime est également confrontée à des défis. Notre littoral connaît une forte croissance démographique, particulièrement dans la région nord-ouest, où se concentrent plus de 61% des populations urbaines et 80% des emplois permanents dans l'industrie. Ces pressions démographiques et économiques nécessitent des réponses adaptées pour protéger notre environnement tout en maintenant notre développement économique. C'est dans cette optique que le Maroc a mis en place plusieurs stratégies nationales, parmi lesquelles le plan national de gestion intégrée du littoral, qui vise à concilier à la fois la protection de notre environnement littoral avec la dynamique économique. Je me permets de rappeler les propos de Sa Majesté le roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, qui, lors du 48e anniversaire de la Marche verte, a réitéré l'importance des potentialités économiques de notre littoral. Il a insisté sur la nécessité de développer des infrastructures maritimes, particulièrement sur la façade atlantique du Sahara marocain. Il a également souligné l'importance des ressources offshore, du dessalement de l'eau de mer, de l'encouragement de l'économie bleue et du soutien des énergies renouvelables. Le Royaume du Maroc est fermement engagé sur la voie du développement durable de ces espaces maritimes et océaniques. En juillet 2022, nous avons signé à Washington la déclaration de l'Alliance transatlantique pour la recherche et l'innovation océanique. Cet engagement reflète notre volonté d'appuyer la mise en œuvre des dispositions de cette déclaration tout en sensibilisant les pays africains de la façade atlantique à y adhérer. Notre pays dispose d'une expertise scientifique solide et de structures dédiées à la recherche océanographique, notamment à travers les universités publiques et des centres de recherche, comme l'Institut national de recherche aéronautique, qui contribue de manière significative à la promotion de la recherche scientifique dans le domaine maritime. Nous encourageons également l'ouverture internationale de nos chercheurs et la participation active du Maroc dans de nombreux réseaux et instances scientifiques liées à la protection des écosystèmes océaniques et littoraux. Mesdames et messieurs, je tiens à réitérer aujourd'hui l'engagement du Royaume du Maroc aux côtés des pays signataires de la Déclaration transatlantique pour la recherche et l'innovation océanique. Ensemble, nous pouvons faire face aux défis complexes qui touchent nos océans, qu'il s'agisse de la préservation de la biodiversité, de la lutte contre le changement climatique ou du développement durable de nos littoraux. Je vous remercie pour votre attention et je suis convaincu que les discussions de ce forum contribueront de manière significative à l'avancement de nos objectifs communs pour un avenir océanique durable. Merci. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup pour vos remarques. It's now my pleasure to introduce to you to Imran Patel, Deputy Director General, Research, Development and Support, Department of Science and Innovation from South Africa. Mr. Patel is the Aoria High-Level Board Member for South Africa, who hosted the 2023 Aoria Forum in Cape Town. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Patel.
Thanks, and it's a pleasure. Good morning to everyone, and online if there are participants. It's a pleasure to be standing in front of you to make some very brief introductory comments. Since the signing of the declaration in 2022, the Aoria platform has grown. We now have 2 key flagship projects, and as South Africa, we were privileged to host the first session after the formal signing of the declaration to advance the strategic partnership. Those projects will be presented later today, some updates, etc., and we hope that people will reflect critically with it and advise the high-level board on its strategic merits and intents. Part of the process of developing the Aoria platform is to continue on key cross-cutting initiatives. And one of the ones that I'm very keen to get an update on, I think it's tomorrow, is on the ECOPS program and the intergenerational dialogue. That will remain a priority from the discussions we've been having at the high-level board, and we look forward to taking that forward. Ocean literacy and other cross-cutting measures also become very key priority areas. So I look forward to the next 2 days of engagements, and I think I will have an opportunity to reflect as a member of the high-level board on what we're hearing from the platform. That's the ultimate purpose, as I understand it, of this forum, is to provide the high-level board with an opportunity to hear from the stakeholder community. Looking at Washington and then Cape Town, I think as we move to Brussels and other venues, we're going to need larger venues to accommodate the increasing numbers of people who are associated with and who are supporting the Aoria platform. So look forward to the engagements, and we'll be listening intently on how we can take this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Now let's welcome Dr. Andrea Latke, National Secretary for Strategic Policies and Programs, Ministry of Science, Technology, Innovation, Brazil. Secretary Latke is Brazil's representative in the high-level board of Aoria. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm really very proud for the opportunity to be here for the first time represent the Brazilian Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation in the 2024 All-Atlantic Forum. It's really very pleasure to be here after so many beautiful talks and the keynote words that he has speaking before me. I would like to thank the hospitality of the Canadian Ministry in the person of Dr. McPherson, Assistant Deputy Minister, Ecosystem and Ocean Science, Fisheries and Oceans, and to embrace all other colleagues from different countries taking part in this so important event. It is really wonderful to know that there are so many actions going on around the world following the main statements included in the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance Declaration, that among different highlights recognize the importance of the Atlantic Ocean in supporting human health and well-being, as well as nature species and ecosystem in regulating climate, and as a source of nature resource and acknowledge the key role the Atlantic Ocean plays in contributing to regional, national, and global economies, including sustainable and inclusive ocean economies. And of course, it is a grateful pleasure to recognize that my country, Brazil, is doing an important work in this direction, creating international partnership to align effort and enhance scientific cooperation that advances outcome-oriented ocean science and innovation for the Atlantic Ocean that is safe, healthy, and sustainable for future generations. That is really very important. Brazil, and in particular the Science, Technology, Innovation Ministry that I am representing here, has been engaged in several ocean activities. The Science at Sea program is committed to advancing ocean research to produce and apply scientific and technological knowledge seeking for achieve social, economic, and environment benefits by financiating the advancements of marine research on several fronts in the large Brazilian coast and sea. This initiative also contributes to the implementation of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development until 2030, coordinated by my ministry, MCTI, which seeks to promote an ocean that is clean, healthy, and resilient, productive, and sustainable, predictable, safe, accessible, inspiring, and engaging. We have a National Institute for Ocean Research, named INPO, with the mission of promoting transformative ocean science to overcome national challenges. The Institute aims at subsidizing the implementation of public policies that benefit Brazilian society and enable the country to contribute to the international agenda for a sustainable ocean. Recently, two international initiatives highlight Brazil's engagement in global effort to reduce environmental impact. With a grant from the Global Environment Facility, a project aims to reduce the single-use plastic in hotel, restaurant, and coffee sectors. Additionally, a grant from the Green Climate Fund supports Brazilian's ocean climate pipeline project, benefiting coastal population and ecosystem. I should highlight here also that Brazil has appeared as a global leader in ocean culture, leading ocean literacy research in the Global South, what was recognized by the IOC 2022 of the Ocean Report. With a pioneering local laws, the Blue School, the Escola Azul in Portuguese, program, engaging over 80,000 students in record-breaking participation in the Ocean Olympics, Brazil demonstrated its commitment to ocean science, education, and sustainability aligned with the UN Ocean Decade Goals. For all that and many other successful initiatives is that we believe this alliance can greatly contribute and benefit from a great commitment toward ocean literacy, engagement, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, for which we intend to support. We are developing a comprehensive ocean culture program that we hope we will strengthen our all-Atlantic foreign ties as we work together in the alliance. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you so much, Secretary Ladke. Now, I would like to introduce to you Professor Gideon Henderson, Chief Scientific Advisor for the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs in the UK. Welcome.
Wow, there's really a lot of people here. This is definitely a bigger audience than last year. It's great to see so many people in the room and be together again as an Aoria community. I'd like to, first of all, start by thanking Canada as our hosts. And also, I should thank Ireland for a wonderful event last night. And also, I'd like to thank the Inuit peoples for the environmental stewardship and the knowledge sharing that you have engendered. The UK is really delighted to return to Aoria 1 year after we joined and spoke at the South African meeting. Since then, we have a new government in power in the UK, but I'm very pleased to say that that new government continues to have high ambition on the subjects that are close to us here, including climate change and action on it, looking after the environment and stewardship of the oceans. And it's a government that continues to firmly believe that we must make our policy based on good evidence and that science is a driver of good outcomes. So I also welcome the fact that as the UK and Norway joined last year, we are at this meeting welcoming new national members to the family, and I believe also that the IOC is being welcomed as a supporter, which I'm extremely keen to support myself. The UK is pleased to welcome Iceland and Senegal as new members, also keen to extend the family further so Aoria can grow further in its influence across the Atlantic, and is keen to help in that process of bringing more nations on board as we go into the future. There are many international agendas for the ocean that we share between us, and I'm just going to briefly mention 5 of them here, which are particularly relevant at the moment. There's the BBNJ process, Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction. The UK signed that in September last year and continues to be committed to ratification. Secondly, there's the Convention for Biodiversity with its Global Biodiversity Framework, meeting at the end of this month at its 16th COP meeting, with important agendas of relevance to the ocean, such as digital sequence information, making sure we keep access to digital data open and freely available, and that we share the benefits of DSI across the world. Thirdly, the Plastics Treaty, which will reach its conclusion through the International Negotiating Committee in Korea next month. Fourthly, there's an ongoing conversation around marine carbon dioxide removal of interest to all of us in this room. And that conversation will see its next round of international discussion at the London Convention, London Protocol meeting later this month. And my final example, although I could go on from this list, is the UNFCCC COP process, which of course will meet next year and contains within it the Ocean Dialogue of relevance again to this meeting. Aoria as a group is a highly valued forum to have scientists bring together their thinking from different nations so we can share our thinking between countries about those 5 agendas and many more besides. And I welcome, as do my UK colleagues, the chance to talk with other nations about those agendas, sometimes quite controversial and difficult agendas. But we believe that Aoria should not try and replicate those processes and must be careful in its actions to identify a small number of concrete actions where this particular gathering of people really can make a difference to the way that we look after the ocean. We're very supportive in the UK of the 2 existing actions, and we thank the EU and the US for their leadership of those actions. Firstly, the action looking at the relationship between ocean and climate, both with a mitigation and an adaptation lens, and a clear focus on coastal communities. And we look forward to hearing more about the workshop in June later in the meeting. And secondly, the action on observation and modelling, again with a workshop we'll hear more about later at the meeting. But there's an example of where we really need to see a relationship between Aoria action and other international action, particularly perhaps through the Global Ocean Observing System, the GOOSE system, where on the measurement and observation side, the work of Aoria to bring together the community around the Atlantic can really, I think, be seen as a path to greater global integration through that GOOSE process. So tight linkage there is very important. As we go beyond those 2 central scientific themes in Aoria and consider further Aoria actions, we think it's important that this program doesn't overreach and recognises the resource that is going to be needed to deliver on all actions so that we can focus on a number which are realisable with real concrete outcomes. And as we do so, I'll repeat the idea that we must be thinking about other programs and how Aoria links to those other programs. And I'll mention a final program in that light. As a member of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development Advisory Board, I hope that we can continue to think closely in Aoria about how we link together between our actions and the global actions of that body. So I'll close by repeating the thanks to our hosts here and by saying how much we look forward to hearing more about the actions of Aoria in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Henderson. It's now my pleasure to introduce to you my boss. Hopefully, I'm doing a decent job and everything is running well. Dr. Erin McPherson to the stage. She is the Assistant Deputy Minister, Ecosystems, Ocean Science Sector at Fisheries and Oceans Canada, and she's also the current chair of the Aoria High-Level Board. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone, and it's so wonderful to see so many of my colleagues from around the Aoria Partnership who've traveled to Ottawa, and welcome also to those virtually joining us on screen. You can't see them when they're joining virtually. We can't see you, but we know that this session is being shown and shared with many of those colleagues who weren't able to join us here today, so thank you for your patience. So as what's already been shared, and I'll just echo the comments of my parliamentary secretary, which is to warmly welcoming you to Ottawa. We're here in this wonderful venue, and I hope you have the opportunity to tour the museum while you're here. The All-Atlantic Partnership is very much rooted in collaboration in this session, sessions like this, opportunities for us to bring people together to help reinforce the network of ocean professionals at all levels really does give life to the spirit and vision of Aoria. So again, thank you for joining. It's my privilege, as has already been foreshadowed by some of my colleagues, to formally announce the expansion of Aoria in 2024, to include Iceland as our newest partner, and to also recognize our first official supporter, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. So I'd like to begin by inviting Ambassador of Iceland to Canada, His Excellency Mr. Gunjansson, to the stage, who I know will be sharing some remarks with us. So thank you very much and welcome, Mr. Ambassador.
Fisheries and Ocean Canada, thank you for hosting this event the next 2 days. Member of Parliament Mike Callaway, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard, honored guests. First, I would like to bring you the well wishes of Iceland's Ministers of Food, Agriculture and Fisheries, Ms. Bjarki Olsen Gunnarsdóttir. She had planned to be here in Ottawa this week, but had to rearrange her schedule. And it is my honor and pleasure to be with you today on the Ministers and Partners in Iceland behalf. As you know, Iceland is an island in the middle of the North Atlantic Ocean, which depends heavily on fisheries. As such, Iceland has for decades focused on ocean management and maritime policy, ensuring sustainable fisheries with an ecosystem-based approach to protect the ocean's biodiversity and environment. Iceland promotes national, regional, and international efforts to regulate the use of living marine resources and to protect and improve the health of the marine environment. These include the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, the UN Compliance Agreement, FAO guidelines, the Arctic Council, the Nordic Council of Ministers, the UN Economic Commission for Europe, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Flora and Fauna, and the Convention for Protection of Marine Environment of the Northeast Atlantic. Last but certainly not least, Iceland promotes and implements the United Nations COP15 biodiversity goals to protect 30% of Earth's lands, oceans, and coastal areas and inland waters by 2030. As you can see from the count of all this relationship Iceland has, it's quite the task for a small community. We in Iceland are also a strong believer in the importance and value of collaborating and sharing knowledge with other countries that also depend on the Atlantic Ocean's resources to ensure food sustainability and healthy economies. To this end, Iceland is a member of several international initiatives on conservation, management, and the sustainable uses of marine resources. These include the Northwest Atlantic Fisheries Organization, the Northeast Atlantic Fisheries Commission, the International Whaling Commission, the International Convention on Conservation of Atlantic Tunas, and the North Atlantic Marine Mammal Commission, to cite a few. And most recently, and of most direct relevance to this gathering, Iceland has been formally accepted, as mentioned, as a partner in the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance. Thank you for your support. We foresee that our participation in Aoria will enable Iceland's partaking in Aoria joint pilot action and working groups, while extending the reach and impact of our ongoing efforts towards a healthier Atlantic Ocean through Aoria Marine Research and Innovation. To provide a sense of this ongoing work, Iceland is already participating in Aoria research projects funded by the European Research Framework Programs and the EU mission, Restore Our Ocean and Waters by 2030. Additionally, Iceland has engaged in the work of the Marine Microbiome Working Group, which includes scientists from countries bordering the Atlantic Ocean. The MMWG has been supported by the European Commission, Canada's Department of Fisheries and Oceans, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, and the Icelandic Centre for Research, or RANIS. The working group published a roadmap of microbiome research that has already actively been promoted during multiple events of the All-Atlantic Alliance and beyond. Finally, we see Iceland's participation in Aoria as an opportunity to further strengthen and expand cooperation in the fields of education and culture. This includes enhancing university exchange programs between our countries, as well as programs such as the Early Career Ocean Professionals and discussions on gender issues, and in general, the inclusion of the variety of stakeholders in fisheries. Moreover, we are eager to share our knowledge on the ocean around the Greenland-Scotland Ridge and learn more about the other regions of the ocean through the exchange in the Aoria Forum. In closing, we believe that together as Aoria members, we will be able to better address the challenges of tomorrow facing the Atlantic Ocean, while also seizing the opportunities the future presents. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be a partner in Aoria and to be a part of this important process going forward.
Thank you so much for those comments. We'll now turn to our first Aoria supporter. And for those of you who aren't aware, Aoria supporters can represent institutions and organizations that share a commitment to the principles and objectives of the All-Atlantic Declaration. So we're pleased to be able to welcome the IOC UNESCO to this group. So I'll invite now Alison Clausen, the Deputy Global Coordinator of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development from the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, so the IOC, to the stage. So welcome, Alison.
Thank you so much, Aaron. And you're right, Gideon, there are a lot of people here, and it's really wonderful to see so many friendly faces in the room. This is not only are we the first supporter, this is my first time in Ottawa, and it is our first Aoria Forum. We tried very hard to get to Durban last year. It didn't work, so really pleased to be here this year. But I'd like to start by, thanking members of Aoria, thanking, of course, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, the wonderful team, for hosting this forum in this incredible venue, and I hope we do get a a chance to have a look around, and for inviting me here to speak on behalf of UNESCO's Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, which is quite a mouthful, the IOC, and of course the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. And we're so thrilled also that the forum is a formal activity of a formal action of the Ocean Decade. So in our role as the UN agency mandated to promote the generation and use of ocean science and knowledge, the alignment between our work and the work of Aoria and its members has always been strong. The coordination role of the Ocean Decade that we've been playing since 2021 has served to strengthen and enrich these synergies and underscore our shared vision for the generation and use of timely, relevant ocean science and knowledge that can lead to solutions for sustainable development. And I really insist on those words, timely and relevant, because that is what the decade is all about, and I know we share that sense of urgency and the need for action and the need to really prioritise and develop the science and knowledge where it is most needed as part of our combined work. Now, not surprisingly, given its unique values that we've heard about already this morning in terms of ocean biodiversity, ecosystems, climate regulation, fisheries, and contribution to the sustainable and resilient ocean economy, the Atlantic Ocean is amongst the areas with the highest level of activity in the Ocean Decade. Of the 56 global programs that have been endorsed by the decade, 53 are working at least partially in the Atlantic Ocean, together with 240 of the 400 endorsed projects. And so combined, this represents thousands of individuals from across society. It represents hundreds of institutions, from research institutions to universities, governments, NGOs, and local communities that are working collectively to develop transformative solutions to support sustainable development. And this common strategic focus of Aoria, IOC, and the Ocean Decade on cooperative, transformative, and action-oriented science is reinforced by aligned initiatives and projects in many areas. And we've heard about some of these already, and this is what we'll be exploring together over the next few days. But initiatives and projects on ocean observations, data management, and of course research to fulfill science and knowledge priorities, ranging from marine pollution to ecosystems and the ocean climate nexus. And if not more important, our joint commitment to inclusive and equitable ocean science that embraces all forms of knowledge, including Indigenous and local knowledge and the role of local communities, and that prioritises sustained and impactful capacity development is yet another example of our aligned principles and values. So for all of these reasons, I am thrilled that IOC UNESCO has been recognised as the first formal supporter of the Aoria Declaration in light of our existing shared commitments. Mr. Vidar Helgason, the Executive Secretary of IOC, whom many of you know, was not able to be here today, and he regrets that. But he asked me to share his personal thanks for this recognition and express his strong personal commitment to collaboration in the future. And over the next day and a half, we will have the opportunity to discuss this in more detail. We do have a side event, just a quick plug here, side event at lunchtime today where we will be specifically focusing on some of these questions around coordination between the Ocean Decade and Aoria, and really exploring together over the discussions how we can harness the power of the work that Aoria members are doing and the numerous decade programs and projects working in the Atlantic for greater impact. Ladies and gentlemen, so many of you as Aoria members and also IOC member states have been true believers and early adopters of the decade. There are too many of you to list here, but you have continued to be strong supporters, either providing financial support, technical support, running decade actions, establishing national decade committees, and really contributing to the global impact of the decade. And for this, you have our strong gratitude, because it's only through partnerships and collaboration that we'll be able to meet our common goals. Looking forward, the Ocean Decade is entering an extensive midterm evaluation process to prepare its entry into the second half of its implementation. And for those of us who have been involved since the beginning, it is hard to believe that we're already coming up to the halfway point, but we are. And we've got 5 years to really now buckle down and make the most of the achievements that we have already seen. And in parallel, IOC is embarking on a process of stakeholder consultation to identify future priorities and focus. And so continued cooperation, connection, and action with you all will be essential. And I know I speak for our Executive Secretary and indeed all the IOC team when I say that we feel privileged to be able to take these future steps with you, both as individual members of Aoria and Aoria as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, in closing, we look forward to building on our common vision, our common values, and our common principles to together create the science and knowledge we need for the action we need for the ocean we want by 2030. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Erin and Allison. Now we are moving to the next session, and before I do so, I see some participants standing. Please grab some seats. There are a few spots available. Now let's move to the next session, which is the reflection from the 2024 Ocean Decade Conference and the co-design best practices. I would like to invite Ken Paul, member of the Wolastoqey Nation, and the Nagtuktuk to come to the stage to share some reflections from the 2024 Ocean Decade Conference and co-design best practices. The floor is yours.
Wilibem Giskak Skijinowak Naga Nadapiag Nili was Zaglika Permuin Naga Nujia Lustukiag Nagutkuk. I'd like to introduce myself in my language to let the ancestors know I'm here, welcome them into the room, acknowledge my people that came before me. So I want to thank Andy for inviting me to come here, and also Allison and Diz for giving me an opportunity to speak as a keynote at the Ocean Decade Conference in Barcelona. I kind of just went for it, just kind of like what I'm going to be doing today. I don't have any speaking notes, but I have some ideas. And I guess I got 90 minutes, or 9 minutes. Okay, reflections in 9 minutes. I guess there's a few things that I'm hoping that people can understand, and hope I can impact some of your thinking and your behaviors going forward. One of the things that became evident when I was in Barcelona, I spoke on the last morning of the conference. So I had the opportunity to go to a number of the side events and then to the first 2 days of the conference itself. And what I kept hearing was people talking about the ocean as this thing that they're working on, this thing that they're studying, this thing from which we get our resources. And that every time I heard that, it kind of was eating away at me. And I would like people to understand, as Indigenous peoples, I've worked with a lot of communities in Canada, a few in the United States, and a few internationally with some of the international work I've done. But what I find is that when Indigenous people talk about their relationship with nature and relationships with natural environments, relationship with fish, that we were actually talking about the spirit of these other things. So when we talk about the ocean as a thing, that means that we're treating it as an object and not recognize it as a living entity. We are on a living ecosystem. We are on the blue planet. The ocean itself has moods. Everybody on this planet is affected by the ocean, even here in Ottawa, because it is the engine that drives our weather. And when we are doing things to impact what's going on in the ocean sector in a negative way, we're going to get negative results. And this is why we have 2 Category 5 hurricanes bearing down on Florida within 2 weeks. I'm hoping that we can reverse that trend. I'm even not really happy with the byline on the Ocean Decade, where it says the science we need for the ocean we want, because it's not the ocean that we want. It's not a vanity project. It's an ocean that we need for the very survival of us and other living beings on the planet. And I'm hoping that if we change our word a little bit and think of the ocean as a living being, that we start changing our mindset a little bit about what we're actually doing. We need this ocean for survival, us as a planet. The planet's going to continue without us, but if we want to continue on this planet, and I'm thinking about the descendants, our descendants as well, that has to change. that was one big thing that came out of that ocean conference that I had learned about. Another thing that I think I would like people to try to understand is there was a few weeks ago, or about a month ago, I guess it was, I went to an ocean carbon event. There were some panelists talking about ocean stuff, and they were talking about their businesses and how we're doing this and how we're doing that, et cetera. And there was a moderator asking some pretty interesting questions, and it was pretty interesting to hear the different technologies and approaches. But when they asked for audience questions, I asked a question because that's kind of what I do. And as I was sitting there watching, like, you know, the three dudes up there on the panel, one of the things that kept striking me is that they were talking about, again, objectively about the ocean. So I asked them, can you tell us about your relationship with the ocean? So the first guy that was starting to talk, he started talking and says, well, you know, I like to go out boating and scuba diving, and, you know, I also like surfing out in Tofino. And I paused and I said, okay, can you describe your relationship with the ocean? And that, I could see all three panelists all of a sudden like kind of sit back a little bit, because they had to think of, and their eyes kind of started looking up, so they had to start thinking in a different part of their brain to understand that if we understand the ocean as a living being with a spirit, what is our relationship with that ocean that we're close to? Because everybody in this room is doing something within the ocean sector, but how do we actually relate to it? How do we relate to the fish within the ocean? How do we relate to the sea life, the plants, the birds that migrate through there? I think that's really important to acknowledge that, because once they started talking about their relationship with the ocean, one guy said, well, I'm actually a little bit afraid of the ocean because of the power and the might of this ocean, and that actually leads to this idea of respecting the thing that they're actually working with. I don't want us to look at the ocean as just something that we can take from. We actually have to work on behalf of what is in the best interest of the ocean. I have some friends out in New Zealand, some Maori friends that work with the Watange River, the one that has British Commonwealth status, and they have that same approach. They say there's people designated from the tribes to actually look after the river itself and act and advocate in the best interest of the river. And if we can start thinking about it that way, then the ocean will sustain us, rather than trying to look at the ocean as a thing with a problem that we have to correct, because it's so multifaceted. Like, you know, water is life. We are the ocean. So just the way we have circulation systems in our bodies, the ocean has circulation systems. It has to have healthy ecosystems in order to have support healthy life on this planet. So that was the second big reflection I had, thinking about what people's relationships are with this sector that supports our economy, supports our income, supports our jobs, but it also like supports our lives. The third thing I guess I'd like to just sort of talk about a bit is talk about like who's not in the room. I know that we are a science group here. We're talking about our research. What I found what's happening in Barcelona is, you know, we're talking about some of the problems that we have, a lot of the problems I guess we have with respect to coral bleaching and acidification and diminishing fish stocks, and, you know, we can list off a number of problems. But when they were presenting, they were talking about, well, industry is doing this, and this government is doing this, and this institution is doing this, but they weren't in the room. And it seems to me that it's easy to vilify these other groups that are not there, but I don't know if we're going to come with sustainable solutions unless we invite those groups in the room and try to figure this out together. I'm not a big fan of the word sustainable. I think that is also kind of like a little bit, as humans, I think that's a little bit, well, I'll say the word arrogant of us to think that we can do something like have a sustainable fisheries. We can fish just enough, that we know enough about the fisheries that it's going to sustain itself. I think we find when we take that approach, we make mistakes, and the results aren't what we expect. In our communities, in our Indigenous communities, we talk about, instead of sustainability, we talk about working towards abundance. We try to overshoot sustainability. That's the overall goal. Which brings me to my last point about Indigenous peoples. There was a lot of people in Barcelona also talking about they want to work with Indigenous peoples, they want to work with traditional knowledge, Indigenous knowledge, et cetera, et cetera. But to me, it's kind of like, well, then go out and do it. Like, what are you waiting for? You know, it's good to talk about it, but I know a lot of people are afraid to take those first actions, but until you actually start doing it, it's just kind of like talk. And the communities themselves are not prepared for the influx. I think a lot of people are gravitating towards the idea of traditional knowledge or Indigenous knowledge because, I don't know, maybe it's a safe way to engage with Indigenous communities without looking at colonialism and all of the negative impacts related to that. However, I know that our knowledge keepers and our elders want to share the knowledge because we're all suffering from the same problems, and they know that they want to share this out, but they haven't got the right venues to do that. I also don't want people coming into the communities and just think they're going to extract the knowledge without benefits to the communities themselves. I would like to see, and I'm kind of changing my wording around this lately, people investing in traditional knowledge, investing in our Indigenous communities so that there can be more equity within the contribution efforts. Because, you know, a lot of communities, they don't have sophisticated technologies, and they don't know what Indigenous knowledge is. Like I go to elders and say, can you share traditional knowledge or Indigenous knowledge? They say, I don't know what that is, because it's not a term they came up with. But if you say, okay, can you show me how you spear eels? They say, oh yeah, come on, we got to go at this time of day, and we got to go and use this kind of rake, and, you know, make sure you got to look for these kind of things. It's in this kind of habitat. But they don't categorize it that way. But that information is very valuable, and I think you'll find, I know there's individuals in this room that do work with Indigenous communities. What you'll find is it's a whole different paradigm, a whole different type of thinking and approach to the natural environment. So if you go into a community, and you do have to spend the time in the beginning, because I find that in the Indigenous communities where I've worked, they value the community, benefits the community more than our Western society, and they value the long-term, I'll say the word sustainability of the natural environment more than we do in our Western thinking. Where in Western thinking, we're looking at doing all this work so that we can maximize economic gain. That's not necessarily going to be the priority in the communities. But when you go into a community, it's not just the knowledge, it's also a whole different paradigm, a way of thinking and approaching different kinds of problem solving. We did a lab yesterday, living lab. We talked about social innovation from the community aspect, and I thought that was a very good approach. It'll take time, but I find that if you take that time in the beginning, that you'll have a better chance of creating something better in the end, and be prepared to expand the scope of your research, your project, or whatever initiative that you're coming into the communities at. So I guess that was my 9 minutes. I just wanted to share those things. Like I say, I really appreciate the opportunity to come here and speak, and being invited to some of these events. And I'll be around for the next couple of days. If you have any questions, I'll try to help you with that, or try to find the right people that you can talk to. So, Liwen, and think about the descendants, because in the future we'll be the ancestors, and they're going to be judging us. I'm hoping they're going to see us as well. They did everything they could at the time that they had their chance to walk on the earth. So, Liwen.
All right, thank you for your insights, Mr. Paul. Now, time to move on to the next session. The session will be moderated by Nikia Gooding, who I met last night, passionate, impressive. Nikia is a research officer in remote sensing at the Institute of Marine Affairs in Trinidad and Tobago, and she's an early career ocean professional participating in the intergeneration dialogue session at this forum. She's also sponsored by the Horizon Project EU Ocean Ops and the GEO, Blue Planet. the latter of which is actively involved as the national focal point for Trinidad and Tobago's membership to GEO, which stands for Group on Earth Observations. I would like to welcome Nikia to the stage.
Thank you, Justin. So all protocols observed. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for such a warm welcome to Ottawa. It is my first time here, and congratulations ahead for the organizing team. You all are doing an excellent job. Thank you for allowing me to moderate this session, where we are really fortunate to hear about some of the work that has been done in our community, the Atlantic Ocean community. I've spent the past few days reading about some of these projects, and so I'm very excited to hear with you as the presenters share insights and updates about their projects. So just a note, this showcase will follow a format where I am going to ask each presenter at the end of your presentation to take a seat here, so that it will just facilitate the Q&A panel thereafter. Except for Dr. Howell, who is joining us virtually. So Dr. Howell, you don't have to think about coming to sit down in front of everyone. Without further ado, we're going to move straight into it. So I'm going to introduce the first speaker, who is going to speak on the project BioProtect, Dr. Christophe Pampoli, who is a research director for the Marine and Freshwater Institute in Iceland. Dr. Pampoli, you can walk up to the stage now. Thank you. Great. There you go.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for the opportunity that you gave me to present the BioProtect project. We have only 5 minutes, so I will go straight into the presentation, if you don't mind. So BioProtect stands for Advancing Area-Based Management Tool to accelerate the protection and restoration of marine biodiversity across the European sea basins. It is actually an answer to the ocean mission calls of EU, the call 0103, on the Atlantic and Arctic Sea Basin Lighthouse, and especially aiming at addressing climate change and human activity threats to marine biodiversity. So the project has 18 partners across Europe. It is managed and coordinated by Iceland, by 2 institutes, MATIS, who is the official coordinating team, and the Marine and Freshwater Institute of Iceland, who is the scientific coordinator. We also have partners from Galway and Belém Agreement in the external advisory boards of the project. So what BioProtect wanted to do is to co-develop with stakeholders, citizens, and decision makers, and demonstrate transferable ecosystem-based solution to accelerate the protection and restoration of biodiversity in marine and coastal ecosystem. And for that, we are actually planning to develop and promote the use of area-based management decision support tools and framework, which are based on ecosystem-based approach and marine spatial planning. And the main objective is to reduce interacting pressures from human activities in European seas. So how do we do that? We are actually focusing on 5 different regions across European sea basins: Iceland, Norway, Ireland, Portugal, and Azores. And the reason why we are actually focusing on those 5 regions is that they have different needs in terms of conservation and management. They have different data on biodiversity. Some of them have a lot of data on vulnerable marine ecosystems. Some of them have lots of data on marine mammals, others on fisheries and on exploited fish stocks. And by looking at all of these and by developing a framework and tools that will address all the needs and concerns of those regions, then we will definitively have decision support tools and decision support framework that will be transferable to other regions. They also have different needs in terms of conservation, and stakeholders, decision makers, and citizens also have different concerns about the marine environment there. They have different values for them. So all of this will help us to develop nice transferable tools that we will actually apply to 5 associated regions, because that is one of the goals of the project. We need to transfer this knowledge and these tools to other regions. And just to let you know, the call for the associated regions will be open month 6, which is basically in November. So we will publish online on our website calls for associated regions to apply to join us. And the nice present on this is that we actually have in the project 100,000 euros for each of those regions to help us to develop the tools and the framework in their region. So, and I've been really fast, so this is almost the last slide. But the main outcome, actually, of BioProtect will be what we call the BioProtect Marine Planner. So it's basically going to be a software, an application that decision makers will be able to use to prioritize area of conservations and to improve the protection and the restoration of marine biodiversity. And this marine planner is not only taking data on biodiversity, it is also taking data on socioeconomics, which activities do we have there, fisheries, whale watching, diving, all of those things. It's also considering the concerns of the citizens by public participatory GIS that we will send to people, and they will tell us what is the most important thing to actually look at in the ocean. And it will also be able to actually propose different scenarios of conservation of areas, taking into account also possibilities of climate change. So it's not going to be just like, here, close this area, you will have these effects. It's going to be different scenarios of closing areas in different size, different locations, and looking at socioeconomic impact and resilience to climate change. And on this, I thank you very much for your attention, and I will finish by these pictures of the kickoff meeting in Copenhagen in May 2024. Thank you very much.
Don't forget, yeah. Seat. Perfect. Thank you so much. Wonderful talk. I hope you paid attention to the fact that there's an opportunity in this project for involvement. Please remember that question for the Q&A that you might have in your mind, maybe about eligibility or how do you get in touch. So moving on to the next person. So Tania Montoto Martinez is our next speaker, and she is going to be speaking about the Blue Mission AA project. She is the project manager based out of the Oceanic Platform of the Canary Islands in Spain. So I'm going to welcome our second speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikia. Well, thank you. I'm going to present the Blue Mission Atlantic-Arctic project, but above all, my key message, and I'm saying it in the first place because I think it's the most important thing that I have to say here, is thank you, and that I really thank you for the opportunity to be here to show how we need each other on both sides of the Atlantic and from pole to pole, and I'm very proud of this opportunity, and I'm going to make the most to enhance the collaboration with the Aoria platform. So the Blue Mission AA project is a coordination action that supports the implementation of the European mission Restore Our Oceans and Waters by 2030. We are 15 partners across Europe, and we've been working together since November 2022. We still have one more year to go and plenty of ideas and things to tackle. So how do we do it? To help the implementation of the Mission Ocean, there is this structure and with mission lighthouses, which are platforms to test and demonstrate our activities. As you can see on the screen, we are not alone. This is one of the key things to the question, how do we do it? Blue Mission Atlantic Arctic, as the name suggests, focuses on the Atlantic and Arctic basins, but we have other sister projects such as Blue Mission Banos for the Baltic and the North Sea, Blue Mission Med in the Mediterranean, and EcoDali for our aquatic ecosystems in the Danube area. There are also some, the topics of the EU mission are also shared among these lighthouses, and concerning Blue Mission Atlantic Arctic, we are dealing with the protection and restoration of aquatic ecosystems. For the project development, we selected 6 case studies, as you can see: Thames 21, 3D PAR, Rest Coast, Restore Seas, Climarest, and Aoria. These are 6 selected cases with which we are working more closely, but they are not our only sources of information to do our, let's say, to perform our plan. This is, let's say, the innovation pipeline. This is the process we contribute to, or we're trying to, at least, from Blue Mission Atlantic Arctic. We start from many diverse sources of information. We are talking about projects, but also about results from industries, startups, experiences, etc. And our goal is to transform, let's say, the alternative ideas to mainstream ideas, or mainstream to the reality in terms of ecological restoration. In other words, we are putting a lot of effort into the so-called solutions. And so I'm going to quickly show you 2 of, one of our main, products, or one of our main ideas how to deal with this big cloud of solutions. It is called wavelinks. I just saw that I deleted the wrong slide, but the website is wavelinks.eu. I'm saying this because you're very welcome to log in and sign up and register your own solutions. This is the dashboard, how it looks like when you go in. And the idea is to be a project and solutions repository. It's for all basins, not only European, so that is reinforcing my key message at the beginning. Now I've been taking lots of notes yesterday in the workshop organized by Oceano, and I have my notebook here to write down all the ideas that are surely going to be really relevant for this job during these days. So the solutions are organized in different categories. So when we talk about solutions, they can be a tool, but it can be a knowledge also, like these guidelines for restoration. It can be an infrastructure, etc. And these here are some that are already uploaded on the platform. This would be how it looks like when you click on one of it, like, for example, the busy elements. So you have like a small description, the contact details, and, for example, the readiness level, because the goal is to be able to replicate the solutions and scale them up. So. And finally, in addition to wavelinks, I also wanted to take the opportunity to share with you other resources that we have on the website, such as some educational materials translated into Spanish and Portuguese also, and more than 20 webinars concerning different topics that I invite you to check out. So thank you very much, and I reinforce the key message of supporting Aoria.
Thank you so much, Ms. Martinez. I just want to underpin, unless we get involved, hubs like the Blue Mission Hub, Atlantic and Arctic will not be successful. Please consider visiting the website and listing your solution, listing your project in the hub, please, kindly. So moving on to the third speaker, who will be speaking about the Cerulean Information Factory, David Arthurs, who is a Managing Director at Polar View based in Denmark and Canada. Thank you, David. Please welcome him.
Thank you. So in short, the Cerulean Information Factory is an initiative to transform data about the oceans into information for decision-making in support of a green future. The impetus for this originally was the European Green Deal, which is helping the European economy to become greener, but there are similar initiatives around the world, so fill in the blank with whatever initiative is driving your work in your region. In response to the European Green Deal, the European Space Agency has established its own initiatives to support the green transition. One of these is the Green Transition Information Factories. Currently, there are 4 of these. Ours is focused on oceans. The others are all focused on different sectors and geographic areas, but they're all land-based. One thing I'd like to point out, if you look at the ISA logo there, you'll see a little Canadian flag. My experience has been that most Canadians and probably the rest of the world don't realize that Canada is actually a member of ISA, and that's important because this project is a collaboration between Canada and Denmark. So at the bottom there, you'll see the organizations involved. National Research Council of Canada, Seacor, which is a company in Newfoundland, Canada, the Danish Meteorological Institute, PolarView, my organization, which is also based in Denmark, and EOX, which technically is located in Austria, but we pretend they're Canadian and Danish. We call it the Cerulean Information Factory because we're supporting the green transition for the blue economy. Cerulean is a blue-green color. So our focus region is the North Atlantic and Arctic Oceans between Canada and Europe. We're going to provide information of interest to decision makers and industry, policymakers, researchers in 3 areas for the moment: shipping, offshore renewable energy, and aquaculture. There's important to the way we're proceeding here is that we're involving stakeholders at every step of the design and implementation of the project. To date, we've had 2 workshops that have looked at information requirements, and we received feedback on the initial development that we've done. There's an opportunity for the involvement of other people and other organizations. So if you're interested in any of those 3 domains, please get in touch. Our next event is in early December. We are currently 6 months into a 2-year project. So just to give you a flavor for where we're headed, some of the questions that we're helping to address. So first, shipping. What route through sea ice is safe and minimizes carbon emissions? What areas in the Arctic in the future will be accessible to different classes of ice-strengthened ships? And this won't be the same as in the past because of climate change and the effect it's having on sea ice. Offshore renewable energy. What are the energy densities for different types of offshore energy, such as solar, tidal, waves, and wind? And where might optimal sites be for the development of energy projects given factors such as ocean depth, distance to shore, and distance to energy markets? And finally, for aquaculture, how vulnerable are different sites to different factors such as extreme temperatures and harmful algae blooms? And what are the optimal sites for developing new aquaculture projects given factors such as ocean nutrients and mid-ocean conditions? So if you'd like more information, that's my contact information, and we have a website, cif.polarview.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Authors. And I hope you recognize the opportunity to join them in their upcoming event in November, which I'm sure he'll be very happy to answer any questions about during the Q&A. So we're moving along to our fourth project that we're going to get some information about, the Challenger 150 project. We're joined by Dr. Kerry Howell over Zoom, who will be presenting on the project. He is a professor of, oh, sorry, okay, my bad. I am so sorry, Dr. Howell. She is a professor of deep sea ecology, University of Plymouth, out of the UK. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
Are you able to see my presentation? I guess I'll just go ahead. So thank you for having me here to talk about our program, Challenger 150. Challenger is a global cooperative that is devoted to delivering the science we need to sustainably manage the deep ocean. Put simply, it's a vehicle for coordination of deep sea biological research and coordinating different research projects that are focused on the same ocean basin. We have 52 nations involved in the Challenger program, and our focus is on the deep sea, and including areas beyond national jurisdiction, and it's a biological focused program. Next slide, please. Okay, and next slide, please. Thank you. The program is structured around 12 regional scientific research working groups, and these working groups bring together scientists who are operating in the same ocean basin, and they serve as a platform for coordinating research in that basin. Those working groups are supported by technical scientific working groups who are involved in issues around standards in how we do our observing. And then we also have a continental working group, which is the African Network of Deepwater Researchers, and they are focused on building capacity for deepwater biological research on the African continent. Next slide, please. You can see here our different regional working groups and how they are divided up, and particularly look at the ones in the Atlantic. Next slide, please. Our Atlantic work has been quite extensive. So we have undertaken a review of the Atlantic basin. So you can see here our South Atlantic review that's been published. If you click on, please, our North Atlantic review is in submission, and our Arctic review was actually published just yesterday. On the right, you can see a map of the different research cruises we've had so far under the program. If you click on, please. We've been working with an EU-funded All-Atlantic program, Mission Atlantic, who I know are there today, on producing a map of habitats, so an entire habitat map for the Atlantic. And these sorts of maps are really important in things like designing MPA networks. Next, click on, please. And we have also, in the Atlantic, gone through this process of identifying what data exist already for the seafloor benthic ecology. So all the red dots you can see are data in the OBIS database, just the benthic records that have been cleaned, so you can see where we have data. And all the pink dots are an exercise we have gone through in collating information on where people have been. So where people have been is not necessarily, the data are not necessarily available, so we can see where there should be data and try to track that down. Next slide, please. The main piece of work we have in the Atlantic Basin at the moment was actually a work that builds on the earliest collaboration at the Atlantic scale of seafloor mapping. So this was a piece of work that is funded by the UK Science and Innovation Network. And they helped fund a workshop to bring together researchers around the Atlantic to plan mapping the biodiversity of the Atlantic. So we're working with the Seabed 2030 program, who have been collating multi-beam data across the world, but here you can see all the blue areas in the Atlantic that have multi-beam data. And our program Challenger has been collating this information on where there are visual data at the seafloor, and that's all the pink dots. And we have compiled that data set, and if you just click on, please, you'll see that we have over 9,000 deployments of visual gear at the seabed, which we estimate amounts to around 24,000 hours of video footage, only about 50% of which has been analyzed. Next slide, please. And if you click on it, we are now looking at the use of artificial intelligence to try to help us process that vast image data library. And we're having some promising results, but there's a lot of work to do. Next slide, please. And we have calculated, based on effort that has gone on already in the Atlantic Basin this decade, we've calculated that a further 1,635 and 600 new visual observation deployments are likely to be possible in the North Atlantic and Central and South Atlantic between now and the end of 2028. We're an Ocean Decade program, hence the timing. So we've gone through a process then of identifying where those deployments should be. And I don't have time to explain how we've done that, but the map you can see here shows you where we need desperately to collect seafloor data in order to fill the data gaps that we have and enable us to model distribution of species at an Atlantic scale. So the dark pink areas are the highest priorities. The other areas are also important. Next slide, please. So thank you for listening, and yes, if you have questions, please do email me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Howell. If possible, you're able to stay on for the Q&A. I know we'd really appreciate to engage you and to have that opportunity to interact and find out more about the project and all of the great data that you've been collecting. I get very excited when I see fantastic maps because of my background, so I have my own questions I might want to put out there if we don't have enough from the audience. All right, moving along. Thank you again, Professor Howell. I'm moving on to the last project that we're going to hear about, Transforming Climate Action, from Dr. Anya Waite, who is the Chief Executive Officer and Scientific Director for the Ocean Frontier Institute out of the Dalhousie University in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'd just like to say we are a bit late this morning. I'm going to have to step out immediately after this presentation for an external meeting. So I'm going to ask Eric Siegel, Chief Innovation Officer at OFI, and possibly Julie Laroche, if she's in the audience, who's the Associate Scientific Director for the TCA program, to take any questions. So very excited to talk about this today, and thank you for the short slice of time to tell you about what we're doing. We identified through discussions with the scientists at Dalhousie and elsewhere that the ocean has been missing in the climate dialogue. And that's what led us to first think about how to lift ocean research across the Atlantic Basin. The ocean stores 90% of the Earth's carbon and is doing almost all the work to help cool the world. But will it continue? We actually don't know. The future of the planet depends on knowing that answer. So climate losses in Canada alone will reach 25 billion. In fact, I think that's a way underestimate by the year 2050. So we decided that together across the Atlantic Basin, we can transform the climate action. And we have focused on the North Atlantic, combining forces with 4 Eastern Canadian universities, including UQAR, Université de Québec Rimouski, Université Laval, Memorial University of Newfoundland, and Dalhousie University. And the great thing about these 4 universities is that we combine an ability to provide a globally significant understanding of carbon absorption, particularly with an enormous amount of expertise in our universities, but we also have extensive ties to our own regional Indigenous communities for that deep integration across a geographic region, which is really not possible if you do it from too high a level, as I think Ken Paul so wonderfully talked to us today. We have international partnerships across the basin, but these can and we hope to build with many of you in this room to make sure that we're actually working right across the basin. And as you can see, we work with many European nations, but we'd love to move further south. We'd love to link with some of our South Atlantic colleagues. We already have 46 international partners and collaborators. This is where I think being part of Aoria is a great bonus. We have 8 countries involved, including leading peer institutions and Indigenous organizations. The approach we're taking is, first of all, to reduce that terrifying uncertainty in the ocean carbon cycle. Novel data collection and analysis will really reveal how that North Atlantic is changing. The North Atlantic is a key climate ocean. It's one of the major places where carbon and heat are stored in the deep basin. Some of the research clusters, just as examples for those who care in the room: land to sea fluxes, air, sea, ice fluxes, benthos and sediments, and ocean carbon pumps. That's one of the big clusters. Artificial intelligence approaches for ocean data, ocean sensors, ocean tech that includes communications and platforms. Second theme is ocean-based climate change mitigation, with industry building the science, technology, and enterprise to make Canada really a global leader in ocean carbon sequestration, but also to work with our international colleagues to build basin-wide expertise. We have ocean-based carbon direct removal, including monitoring, reporting, and verification of a number of different geological-based and biological-based removal of carbon dioxide. We have carbon point sources, so assessments of carbon footprints, and alternative energy sources, particularly regionally in Nova Scotia, tidal power in the Bay of Fundy. And this is someplace where we have a lot of discussions right now with colleagues in the UK, where both tidal and wind power have exploded recently, and we have a lot of potential collaborations there. And finally, last but not least, just and equitable adaptation. Again, something we're all thinking about, collaborating with community and learning from Indigenous ways of knowing to develop just climate policies that are guided by the science. And some of the research clusters there are assessing and transforming our relationship with the ocean, so ocean literacy is included there, co-structuring of knowledge to engage and empower diverse actors, coastal zone mitigation and adaptation solutions. We're hoping that the outcomes and benefits are going to be enormous from this program. It's 7 to 8 years. It's on the order of $400 million, so really the largest single ever Canadian research program led by universities in the ocean space. We're looking for a massive risk reduction through resilient communities, first of all. We're supporting climate tech innovations, so economic and innovative impact on Canada and elsewhere. We're looking to support commercializations out of the university sector and support job creation. We also are working with Canadian agencies to think about how can we make more accurate climate forecasts. There's critical places, for example, where Environment Climate Change Canada needs better understanding of some of the gradients in salt and fresh water and how those impact their Earth system models. And we're working with them directly to help address some of those questions. And ultimately, we want to create a global impact in ocean climate solutions. I'm going to finish simply by saying we'd love to talk to you about our program. The QR code on the left is the general program. The QR code on the right may not yet have the full table of contents in there. I know Julie Roche has been working very hard on this. Within the next week, that one should be active. I'd just like to give one more call out. We have tonight, we have a side event at the Prohibition House between 6 and 8 p.m. on some of the work we've done in marine carbon dioxide removal stakeholder mapping. And we are going to make an announcement, really reiterate the announcement that was put out at September 24th between President Macron and our Prime Minister Trudeau, where they cited a new Canada-France collaboration centered through the Ocean Frontier Institute, and we'll be announcing that tonight. So look forward to having you all join us, and thank you very much for the opportunity to share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to welcome as well the persons that may have been asked to help with the facilitation of questions to join. Yes, so that we can allow Dr. Waith to leave. Great. So this is going to be a shortened Q&A because we are behind on time. We're not going to be using the Slido platform for questions. Instead, we're only going to be taking questions through the microphones that are in the room. We will be taking just a few. One more time, could I just have a collective applause for our presenters? Thank you. Okay, great. Who wants your first question? Sure. Please reach to the mic. And I'm going to ask that you introduce yourself very briefly.
Hello, I'm Inga Lips. I'm from European Global Ocean Observing System. And my question concerns the legacy of what you are doing. Because what we see in all the projects, almost in all projects, that everyone is developing new tools, dashboards, but what is the lifetime of your development? How will you sustain, manage, and upscale it after the project?
Could I also ask if you're going to direct that question into anyone in particular?
The first two speakers.
Okay. If you don't mind. Thank you.
Is it on? Yeah. Thank you for the question. Yeah, I forgot to mention that you're right. You're right, and I think we're all been suffering from this pressure every time we start a project. And it was mentioned also yesterday that we shouldn't work in this project basis, start something with, and having this final deadline and so on. But to be practical, to talk about the wavelengths, I also forgot to say that wavelengths is not only a fruit of Blue Mission Atlantic Arctic, but it's a collective effort with Prep for Blue and Blue Mission banners, and that we are already in conversations with the mission implementation platform to see how this platform can be continued after the life of the project. So we still have one more year to see how we're going to integrate not only the solutions from our 3 Prep for Blue, Blue Mission banners, and Blue Mission Atlantic Arctic, but we are also working with Blue Mission Med to include theirs and so on.
Yeah, that was a good question. Thank you very much. Well, it's more or less planned in those projects actually to try to promote those tools and get them to be used after the end of the project. So you have several ways of doing this. For us in Iceland, it's quite simple actually. The manager are asking us to develop those tools because they see the needs of them. In Iceland, we, for example, don't have tools to prioritize area of conservation at the moment. So the ministries and the managers are asking us this. So we are trying to develop a framework around so that they will see the utility of those things and that these things will survive after the end of the project. Also, we have organizations involved in the project that will help us also, to keep those tools available for people and used. I'm thinking about the International Council for the Exploration of the Sea, for example. They are partners there, and if we produce a tool that is really useful for managing, conservation areas, then they might help us to promote this quite well. And they are here today, so you can also ask them about those things in the project.
Thank you.
Can I just...
Okay.
I think this is working. Just adding on to the sustainability aspects from the Transforming Climate Action Project, that's a big mandate of the federal funding, is that it's not just a 7-year project, but it has ways to continue. And so based on Ken Paul's word, let's not use sustainability, but we're trying to create an abundance of value for both industry and policy so that it can continue. And the event that we're hosting this evening, we hope you can come to, as Anya said, between 6 and 8 p.m. It's a report on what we heard by speaking with stakeholders all around the world in a variety of sectors on how to maintain the observations to understand oceans and climate moving forward beyond any government cycle or any grant cycle. And we're looking at a blended finance model that brings in public-private partnerships to continue this over a long period of time, and then what the international governance structure of that new type of model would be, because we see this needs to continue for a long period of time. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've been given the signal that I need to wrap up, but I know there were 2 questions in the room. So what I'm going to ask is that the 2 persons that have those questions, they're allowed to say the questions and then connect with the persons after to answer them. And that way we can still have that kind of indication of conversation for the rest of the audience. Yeah, so I'm going to ask, he had the first question. If you can just make your way to the microphone. Yes, you had a question?
It's not urgent.
Okay. Well, if you don't want to share, it's fine. Okay. Okay.
It was a sheepish hand up, and I was...
I made notes, sorry.
I did want to ask, because all of the different talks all had data as part of their fundamental project goals. And so I wanted to know your comments on how well integrated we think global data systems are for the ocean. It's an area, I think, compared to some parts of the environment where data is actually quite well integrated, but definitely not perfectly. So reflections on that would have been interesting to hear, and perhaps I can talk to you later.
Thank you for still sharing. That was very important for us to have in the forefront of our minds, and I'm going to also welcome you to get to the mic and air your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Abdelwahed Zarfi from the Ministry of Education, Scientific Research and Innovation in Morocco. Thank you very much for all your presentations that are very interested, and Morocco want to participate in the activities of this project. I have just two questions about the first presentation. I know that BioProtect is a European project funded by European Commission, and we have just the member state and also the associated countries that are eligible to participate in these activities. My question, if you can give us, please, the name of these 5 associated regions. This is the first question. The second question, if Morocco can participate in the future activities, the thematic is very important for us, and we have a lot of competency in Morocco. We have a lot of teams that can be involved in the future activities. The second question for the second presentation, I see that we have 18 partners in your project, and if you can give us, please, the name of Moroccan institution involved in this in your project. Thank you very much.
Right, okay, thank you. So yes, I'll reiterate that you'll make that connection during the break, and I'm going to hand back over to Justin. Thank you so much, presenters, for such a wonderful panel. I really enjoyed hearing more about these projects that I could have found online. Thank you so much. You can return to your seats. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Howell.
Thank you so much, Nikia, for moderating and the presenters. So we'll head into a health break. There's fresh refreshments on the first floor, so help yourselves. And just 2 announcements. There are posters and art pieces and a giant interactive flow map that you can look at, thanks to Ingenium and Canada's Museums of Science and Innovations for their contributions and for leading on these activities. And if you could please come back promptly at 11:15. 11:15. Thank you so much. projects in the Atlantic, and to which we'll report back from the intergeneration dialogue. And two, we'll have important discussions on diversity and inclusion. Now it's time for me to introduce the keynote speaker. I'm pleased to introduce to you Professor Dr. Andrzej Antayubosius, hopefully I got it right, who is joining us virtually. She's the director of the Alfred Wegener Institute Helmholtz Center for Polar and Marine Research in Germany, and she'll be speaking about the Polar Atlantic opportunities for international collaboration. Some of you may also have noticed her featured in the Aoria Women in STEM poster series that has been displayed outside. So it is my honor to introduce to you our keynote speaker joining us virtually.
Hello, I hope you can all hear me and see me. And I was just informed that the slides will be shared from the moderator. So if I could have my slides, that would be nice. Or I share them myself. Okay, so it seems that I get help. Thank you very much. That we can work transatlantic via telecommunication is a great sign of the future of opportunities for international collaboration, which is the theme of this keynote. And I, of course, would prefer to be with you, but I'll have... oh, okay, apparently it's not working with the slides, so I don't know. I could also talk to you without slides if this is not working.
We can see the slides now, Doctor. Can you see them?
Yes, but I don't know. I got an information that they are still working on getting the slides. I can see them, but I don't know if they can forward them.
Yes, we can see them right now in the room.
Okay, and can you click on them? Can they continue?
Yes,
so
we
can.
can.
You click slide?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Then we'll try like this. So next slide, please. Actually one back. I'm now very confused because I'm sitting here since enough, but things simply don't work. Okay, so what I wanted to point out to you in the beginning is this beautiful map of 1942, the so-called Spellhouse World Ocean Map, and that should remind us that it's all one ocean. And when we think Atlantic and when we want to improve our transatlantic collaboration, and we're focusing on the ocean and the polar regions, which I'm going to do right now, it is really helpful to understand that for our climate, for our human history, for the many cultures around the oceans, but for basically anyone on Earth, it matters to think this one ocean. And so while I'm focusing now on the polar Atlantic, referring to both the Arctic, so the North Atlantic, as well as the Southern Ocean around Antarctica, and you can see how they are connected, I can only say that this polar collaboration opportunity, that is true for so many regions, problems, and I was listening to the short talks before me, and I can only say this is exactly what we need, the collaborative spirit, because, next slide, we are simply all in this together, and sometimes it helps when we think future to think of Earth as a spaceship, or all of us in science and in society as sitting on one boat. And so when we think, how could we work with that, what we have, in a sustainable way, or what is the legacy of our collaboration, it just helps to remember that we are one and we are facing one big challenge, and that is this incredibly fast change of our ocean and polar regions. Next slide. So we've heard from previous talks, we need more knowledge, more observation, more infrastructure, more people. And if you just look at this map of the ocean temperature, and when you look at it, you see what is shown here is a temperature anomaly of a few days ago. And basically it works like this: when we do a map of the ocean surface temperature integrated over the past 30 years in the 90s and 20s when Earth was already warming. And then we look at the difference of today's oceans. So even the 2020 map of the ocean is of a huge difference to that of today. In red and orange, you can see how the ocean has warmed, the whole ocean, but when you turn your view to the Atlantic, you can see that especially the Atlantic, especially the North Atlantic, is warming more, faster. And when you then look a little bit into the Arctic and Antarctic, you see it's a bit of a black box, and that's where we are today. We have some measures, but by far not enough to understand what a warming ocean will do to our life, to people, to businesses, to our socioeconomic development. Next slide. I wanted to put a new data set to you of today to say, look, and this is how warm the Atlantic is today. And I read from the database that I'm using to have these instant data of the world's oceans that there's no update anymore because the last hurricane Helena has taken down the ability to measure, to produce data, to share data. And that is a symbol in my mind. So not only is the past year of ocean temperatures extreme because it deviates so much from the average, and we have a hard time as scientists explaining it, but also our own infrastructure, our way to look at the ocean, our way to understand what is happening to us is very vulnerable. Often we rely on Earth on one kind of infrastructure, one ship only in a certain region, or one data set in one server system. And the more extreme the world will be, the more likely is it hurting our own infrastructure and the knowledge and the data we rely on. Next slide. So you find that in policy, in science policy, but also in global policy, you find a lot of organizations, a lot of nations calling for a strengthening of the open and safe international science cooperation. And in a way, the transatlantic collaboration is, to me, an exemplary region where we could do much better, but we have already come to a certain strength. And I would like to introduce to you 3 large science programs that focus, that center around sharing infrastructure, because when we would have time now to dive into that, what the G7 proposes, or what the Antarctic Treaty and SCAR for the Southern Ocean proposes, or what you have written down for G7 and G20 here in Toronto, what our future should bring, it all comes down for having a better, sustainable, fair access to our science infrastructures. And that is data infrastructures, as we heard before. It can be ships, it can be sensor technologies, and often it is just the human togetherness. Next slide. So because I wanted to add something to polar missions today, take a moment to look at the globe and think polar seas. The Arctic, of course, is close to Canada, so you know all about it. You know of the shrinking sea ice, you know of the melting cryosphere, the ice sheets melting on Greenland, changing the sea level. You know the melting permafrost here, the pink area in the Arctic, and the losses of permafrost to the oceans. And when you turn to Antarctica, you see the Antarctic pictured as a continent with 2 or 3 kilometers ice on top, surrounded by sea ice. And even that picture is no longer true, only for winter time, for the polar night. But in summer, Antarctica has by now lost more sea ice than all we have lost in the Arctic in the past 20 years. So it's such a quickly changing ocean system, and polar systems are warming so much faster than the rest of the world. For the Arctic, we now have to say, especially the Eurasian Arctic, we are 8 times more faster in the past 40 years than the rest of the globe. And how can we even organize a science that uses those observations, that makes observations and share them faster? That leads us all to think bigger missions, more international collaboration. Next slide. I have been in my whole lifetime through many initiatives, and one that I liked especially, aside from the deep water coral initiative that Europe had for many years, where we built our deep sea ecology community, and we also changed policy banning deep sea trawling. The one that was to me also an infrastructure sharing wake-up call was the European Commission's Atlantos program, where we came together with many countries, not only European, but much more, and we thought about the assets we have and the assets we want to share, and you see them here highlighted in bold. So observing platforms and networks and systems and sharing also experts, sharing data, and forming ideas, connecting us with the Galway Statement, with the Belém Statement, and then, of course, also the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science ideas. That is basically the spirit in which we have now we're now proposing a couple of polar missions to follow up on that legacy. Next slide. One game changer for us at AVI was that we had the honor to realize a shared infrastructure expedition of one of a kind. That was the mosaic field phase. You know, of course, that several nations have been organizing ice drift studies. So where a ship is enclosed in the ice and it drifts and it allows to see us the polar night. There was an expedition by Norway. There was one by France with the Tara drift. But what we wanted to do is to focus on the proximity of the North Pole, where we had already knowledge that it would sometimes, even in wintertime, go to +degrees, so above 0. And we wanted to use Polarstern as a drift station, as a home to many people to observe jointly the atmosphere, the ice, the ocean, and its life together. And so during the mosaic field phase, unfortunately, we were hit by Corona, but still we managed with all of those countries together, 37 nationalities, over 440 researchers on board, to complete this drift expedition and produce a data set that will last for decades for improving the algorithms in climate and ocean ice models for the Arctic. And you see here all the people in their polar clothes and have this feeling we have achieved this. So bringing people together. And it seems almost like a dream, like an utopia passed, because on board were so many Russian scientists, Chinese scientists, European scientists, scientists from all over the world. So we could not do this today. And that's a sad news. And it should make us think, how can we, for the next generation of young scientists who profited from this mosaic spirit, how can we do more? How can we bring us together? How can we share our polar infrastructure? Next slide. You will hear tomorrow by Nicole Bibo, who is here, an introduction of how the EU can come up with the help of all of the nations, the polar nations with polar infrastructure, a shared infrastructure network. So I will not use time to say that, but basically we have a blueprint for the following missions that I'm going to mention right now to you. We can share ships, we can share stations, we can share data sets and autonomous buoys if we do it together and if we have experts from science, logistics, policy, and then of course, scientists, young, old, all of them together to formulate what they need most. Next slide. The UN Ocean Decade has also highlighted and enhanced the spirit of togetherness, of sharing. There are opportunities to submit actions, and many of them have to do with improving the observation, but for the purpose of science servicing society and for the purpose of raising empathy for the oceans. And that is also an important part of the missions I'm going to propose now. Next slide. We had a big idea about how we could help the rapid change, the dynamics around Antarctica, and we proposed to the UN Ocean Decade, all the Southern Ocean people together, more or less, could we not create a mission of humanity to look towards Antarctica, basically have the first fully synchronous circumpolar activity, and it was endorsed by the UN Ocean Decade, and it was highlighted as a potential contribution to cryosphere sciences with this international spirit I mentioned before, and it is now also highlighted by the recent G7 conference as an important project to follow up. But what is it really? Next slide. Antarctica InSync is meant to create an international science and infrastructure space for synchronous observation circum-Antarctic in a number of scientific themes that we collated and collected from the bottom-up scientific initiatives that SCAR hosts. Next slide. The scientists engaging in the Southern Ocean and Antarctica, but also the policymakers, they have written up a horizon scan asking so many scientists and stakeholders about their most important questions, and they have also derived a Southern Ocean Action Plan. So we took this and we looked at it as infrastructure enablers, as logistic institutes. How could we help that these scientific ideas come to reality within the UN Ocean Decade. And it was all about sharing and organizing a standardized set of data and variables. We can use the goose principles. You heard about this before. And so off we went and we discussed with those infrastructure holders, the Council of Antarctic Infrastructure Operators, could we not together realize these scientific ideas? Next slide. For the mission that we would like to carry out now, we have selected 5 bigger overarching themes, and as we speak, partners and scientists are writing up the scientific plan for this to be realized between 27 and 29. So of course, understanding the future of the Antarctic heat and carbon uptake, understanding the rapid sea ice decline and the interaction with the oceans, the melting ice shelves that will change the sea level rise, potentially even before 2100, the knowledge and protection of unique Antarctic life, but also detecting and abating anthropogenic footprints, that is our key mission for this circumpolar synchronous work. Next slide. What could we actually share? I'll give you just 3 examples. For example, many countries initiate autonomous buoys, Argo floats. I know that Canada, for example, with Katja Fennel is the leader in this. So we have huge gaps in those autonomous buoys that tell us the pulse of the oceans. So we could do an analysis and a modeling analysis, where do we have to have more buoys? And to get more buoys, we can talk to each other, we can talk to philanthropists, and we can ask all the ship platforms, if we have more buoys, can you help us bring them out so that we would have the right resolution for understanding where the ocean is warming and where it is melting the sea ice so fast. We can also fix the problem of lacking CO2 budgets with this approach. Next slide. We can use modern approaches like animals that carry biologging or tiny little cameras to let the animals tell us where do they need to meet, to breed, to interact, what is their sound. And by this, creating not only empathy to the life, but also finding out what are the areas really that we need to protect and how dynamic are they. Next slide. We can go on land and we can come with sailing boats from the ocean, and we can understand how ocean and ice and land interact in the increased melting and caving out of the big ice shelves and the glacial tongues that are breaking off for creating giant icebergs like we've never seen before. We can work with remote sensing, for example, for Antarctica InSync, the European Space Agency, as a partner of other space agencies, they like to help us with this. I think my time is almost over, but can you take the next slide? We would like to do all of this to further the International Polar Year. So any such milestone mission that we create now for polar collaboration will help us in the future to come together and create the spirit of sharing and fair access also from countries that have no polar infrastructure, because it matters to them as well. And so Antarctica InSync will be a milestone towards the International Polar Year, where we have now started bringing together officers and experts again to plan for this important mission. Next slide. I would like, and one more. I would like to end with 2 other missions really fast. Next slide, please. And say that talking about Antarctica all the time, we are of course also looking to the Arctic. And in the Arctic, we have a more coordinated program. We have Arctic Passion, an EU program. This is talking about sustained Arctic observation and many more activities. But we missed something incredibly important in the Arctic, and this is a big program for land-ocean interaction. So Canada will be the leader. It has a great structure with ArcticNet and with Arctic Pulse as to create such a big international mission to understand ocean, ice, and land interaction. You can click now really fast through the slides that I can more easily come to an end. If you think melting permafrost, stop. One back, please. If you think melting permafrost, if you think sea ice is missing in Beaufort Sea, if you think there are waves and storms and eating the land and putting soil into the ocean, you will understand that we have to watch this giant bloom of riverine material that comes out from the Mackenzie and the Yukon and reaches the North Pole. We would like to do a comparative study with the first such analyses from 30, 40 years ago to understand how this land-ocean interaction and the livelihood for the communities out there is changing. And this will be another big mission that is called Arctic Pulse. And we will have a meeting in Ottawa in December to, with the ArcticNet community, discuss how we can best support each other. And we have met together between Polarstern and the Amundsen, and there is more from space science with NASA, that we do something similar that I've just proposed for Antarctica InSync, bring those technologies together and create a clear understanding where and how we have to collaborate to help us all and society understanding the change of the cryosphere. And I end with a third Atlantic project. Can you click on? And on. So, and on. Of course, the fate of the polar seas is also connected to the tropical Atlantic. And I say greetings from Geomar and our sister institute in Germany, and Katja Mattes, who is at another meeting, just to show in the end that, of course, for the tropical seas, we also have such ideas and opportunities in infrastructure sharing. And I would like to introduce on behalf of Geomar, next slide, the Futuro mission for the tropical seas. Next slide. Futuro will focus again on land-ocean interaction with a focus on the African EZ out to Cape Verde. And it is meant to be a mission that brings together those who have ships and those who probably don't have yet these ships but need observations, have new technologies to share, like again, marine mammal logging, but again, the polar seas and the tropical seas and the total Atlantic region, that is our future. We need to be better, more sustainable with shared observation. It can't be less observation. It must be more for the gigantic dynamics. And we are currently building solutions for this spirit that we need, that keeps us together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for your insights and the importance of collaboration. Now it's time to turn to the next session, which will highlight foundational work focused on aspects of diversity, equity, and inclusion, including ocean literacy and co-design best practices. I would like to welcome to the stage our moderator for this session, Professor Ronaldo Cristofo Leite, from the Instituto do Mar in the Federal University of Sao Paulo in Brazil. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the organizers for the invitation. So this will be the first session of a round of 3 where you'll be discussing about the JEDI, Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion in Science. We are one ocean. We have the Atlantic united in us, but we need to recognize that geographically we have diversity in social, cultural, economic realities. We need to recognize that making science, producing science, we have different roles, and we need to be all together. How to make this role in the Aoria, considering climate resilience, ocean observation, and so many other opportunities. So we will start now with this session with some sparkling ideas, inspirational ideas, case studies. We go and later in the day, we would like to listen you with a moderated session, getting your insights, and then tomorrow morning, some of our ECOPs will be reporting for us the learnings from this pathway. With no further ado, I would like to invite the panelists that will share with us all their knowledge and experiences today to join me on the stage. So I will start with Dis Glitero from the Canadian Ocean Literacy Coalition. Please, Dis, thank you. Alison Klaus from the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission from UNESCO. Mariana Andrade from the Brazilian National Committee for the Ocean Decade. Jay Tarks from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA from the US. And Professor Juliette Herms from the NRF Sion from South Africa. Please join us. So, thank you all for joining us and be open to share your experiences. I'm glad to see such a diverse group of speakers from North and South America, Europe, with different career stages, sharing those knowledges. And this, I will start with you, this Glitero, in addition to be a great leader in Canada with the coalition, she led the White Paper 10 for the UN Ocean Decade, and I would like to ask you this, to share those experiences through their white paper, through the Venice Declaration, from the Ocean Inclusive Fuel Program, and of course, from all your experience.
Great, thanks so much, Ronaldo, and good morning, everyone. It's great to be here, and it's a real pleasure to be part of today's panel discussion and this forum. What I'd love to do is, we had the opportunity to hear a little bit about the Ocean Decade this morning and the alignment with the Aoria priorities. And Alison touched about how we are coming in on the midway point of the decade. And part of that over the last year was a process called the Vision 2030 process. And it was a set of 10 white papers, one per each of the challenges of the decade. And the idea behind those papers was to really look at, and as you noted, very timely, relevant, like what are those tangible, very operational actions that we're striving to achieve by 2030, not aspirational, but actionable by 2030, and then work backwards. What do we have to do to get there? And so I had the sincere pleasure of serving as the co-author and co-chair of the Challenge 10 white paper, which was about changing and restoring society's relationship with the ocean. We've heard that come up a few times this morning. It's certainly where ocean literacy fits. So there's 3 points I'd love to make around that. And Ken Paul, who we heard about this morning, he was one of 18 members of the working group. I'd just like to share Nicola Bridge from the Ocean Conservation Trust in the UK was the other co-chair. And what was really exciting about the process over the year, at least in the Challenge 10 space, was that we had over 600 individuals from 25 countries lean in and contribute input into the paper. So it really was in many ways a listening exercise for a year. In terms of the 3 high-level points I'd like to make about it, when we think about Challenge 10 in relationship to the other 9 challenges, in many ways Challenge 1 to 8, they're very specific, thematic around a particular ocean challenge or problem. So climate change, biodiversity loss, overfishing, what have you. And those are often positioned as ocean threats. But at the end of the day, those are outcomes of human behavior. And I think it's what Ken was kind of getting at too. And so really what, I think Challenge 10 challenges us as an ocean science community or ocean community more broadly to do is to really look at that causal link between, behavior change and the future health of the ocean, or human behavior and the future health of the ocean. That's key. And so in many ways, it's not an ocean problem, it's a people problem. So I think that's kind of one main point from the paper. I think a second main point too is that Challenge 10 also really makes us focus in on the society piece of the science, policy, and society. So much is, we know the science, there's lots more to do, and boy, I don't even understand the projects being talked about. You guys are unbelievable. So there's lots of fantastic science happening, there's more being done. We work tremendously hard on the policy side, but the society's kind of the afterthought. If there's money left over, let's engage society, let's do some outreach, let's do a bit of education or strategic communications. That has to come at the start together. Like, we have to now shift the gears where the investment is not only in data and that lovely embrace kind of assumption that more data or better data gets better results. It's helpful, but so too is mobilizing a citizenry that better understands, values, and cares for the ocean. And if they're not brought into the science and the process of it at the start, it's very difficult at the end to then absorb all of this and try to figure out the relevance in their life and how to apply it. So if they're part of the science from day one, and educators and communication experts and community leaders and cultural experts are part of that co-design process, I guarantee we're going to get to some better outcomes. So that was the second part, I think. And really that was framed by the 2 central questions of the Challenge 10 are really quite simple. Like, how do we close the knowledge action gap? And then how do we do it together? And so I think lastly, just the point I'll make with the white paper in terms of a contribution is really helping to reframe or reposition this term ocean literacy. And it's been lovely to hear it come up many times today. I was at the Aoria Forum, or maybe then was it Anchor? It's hard to keep track of all these acronyms, but in Washington, and there was one conversation about it. And now we're hearing it from opening remarks and all the way through. And in many ways, ocean literacy has always been kind of used interchangeably with ocean education. That has to change, and it has evolved. I mean, it had its roots there in the early 2000s when there was a very specific intention when ocean scientists worked with marine educators to integrate more ocean science into the national curriculum. But now, and much more importantly, which involves all of us, is ocean literacy is a societal outcome. It's a society that better understands, values, and cares for the ocean. And when we reposition ocean literacy in that way, it becomes a unifying framework that brings together scientists of all kinds, all multiple knowledge systems together, educators, community practitioners, communication experts, all together to really work towards that same outcome.
Thank you so much, Diz, for highlighting this central role of the human being in this process. Behind all the impacts, but also from the solutions, there is always a person. So we need to understand this connection with this living ocean and how to make it. If you have probably all the data and information, for example, on climate change, but no one use it or change the behavior, we will still have the impacts of climate change. And for people using it and changing their behavior, we need to collaborate among sectors, different systems of knowledge. And Alison, the UN Ocean Decade has been a great example of how fostering this co-production. So I would like to ask you to share these experiences, please.
Great, thanks Ronaldo, and hello again. And so I am going to focus on questions around co-design in the Ocean Decade, but I do want to take a moment to give a shout out to Diz, to Nicola, to all of the working group members. I know Ken's here as well. There may be others. And not only Working Group 10, but all of the working groups. We've heard the decade described as the biggest volunteer movement in ocean science. And I think for our Vision 2030 working groups, that was certainly true because it was a stupendous effort that was put into that whole process. And as a teaser, tomorrow afternoon, we'll actually be here formally launching the consolidated outcomes report of that whole process, which draws on those white papers and where these questions around human-ocean connection are also very, very, very visible. Anyway, that's not what I was going to talk about, which is around co-design in the Ocean Decade. So I want to start perhaps with the mission, going back to the mission statement of the Ocean Decade, which is about transformative ocean science solutions for sustainable development, connecting people and the ocean. So right from the mission statement of the Ocean Decade, this idea that we need to connect people in the ocean, that we need to be generating the science and the knowledge that allows institutions and individuals to change their behavior, restore their behavior, and then take action has been central. So the Ocean Decade has these notions of transformation. It obviously has notions of solutions, as I mentioned this morning. And I think this is all very important, and this comes back to something that really came out of the discussions, or really became more and more, I guess, visible within the discussions within the Ocean Decade through White Paper 10, is we talked a lot about managing the ocean sustainably. And I think a shift that is happening, and it is going to take time because we're talking about, years, if not decades, of thinking about we're managing the ocean sustainably. But now we're starting to think about what we're actually wanting to do is manage humans' interactions with the ocean so that we are leading to a healthy and resilient ocean. And it is it's an important nuance, and it's an important shift, I think, in thinking that the Ocean Decade is trying to push. So in light of this, it's not surprising that co-design and getting all the actors in the room from the outset to design the science, the knowledge, the generation, the research questions, the mode of delivering, and then not only the co-design, but the co-delivery, it's not surprising that this needs to be a central tenet of the Ocean Decade if it is to succeed. It's a critical means of ensuring that the science and knowledge, again, is relevant, is timely, and it's used because you have the users of that science, whether it's a local community, whether it's a government, whether it's an industry representative, a resource manager, is in the room for the outset. And so co-designed and co-delivered ocean science and knowledge, if done well, it can lead to science and knowledge that is fit for purpose, that is inclusive, that is equitable, and that engenders ownership of the outcomes. It also has co-benefits related to ocean literacy in terms of building understanding and connection to the ocean. All of this sounds very nice, it sounds very obvious, we write about it all the time, we talk about it a lot, but it doesn't happen magically. And this has been pointed out to us time and time again. This is, yeah, we'd all love to, well, not everyone, but you know, a lot of people would love to do this, but it needs time, it needs money, it needs resources, and it needs everybody in the room to be convinced that this is a real thing and that this is not just paying lip service, because if I want to get endorsed by the Ocean Decade, I have to have a workshop and invite some local community representatives. And so we've been working hard at all of those levels to think about how do we make that time, how do we make that space, how do we get some money into this, and how do we convince people? And this means working with the scientific community, it means working with governments, NGOs, local communities, Indigenous and local knowledge holders, all of whom have, you know, a degree of perhaps different preconceived notions about, is this important? Why is it important? How can I be involved? What's it going to bring to me? Why is it worth my time to get involved in this? And we've, you know, it's again, nothing happens overnight. We have had some good feedback, including from some scientists and individuals who I am not a scientist, I should put that out there at the beginning. And a lot of the things also, I'm amazed and also confused sometimes, but I mean, some of the scientists and people that I've had the privilege of meeting through my work with IOC and the Ocean Decade, who I respect enormously, who have said to me, or have said in public panels like this, the decade is changing the way I'm thinking about doing my science and who I need to be talking to. And that has been, you know, that has been incredibly important and valorizing for me personally, but also for the decade. But there have also been legitimate concerns raised, and one of these, and this will probably speak to many of the scientists in the room, is what does it do to publications? How does it, you know, how do we maintain the rigor of the science? How are we still getting published in those top line journals while we're trying to integrate some of these approaches of co-design? And that's still, I think, I'm sure there are answers to that question, but that's something we still need to be communicating on. So in very practical terms, I'm going to wrap up. What have we been doing about this? 3 main things. We have developed a self-learning course on co-design on the Ocean Teacher Global Academy platform, which is really trying to bring to a very wide audience 6 of the fundamental steps in the co-design process. This was pilot tested in Africa, where we had a huge demand from African partners in the Ocean Decade to learn more about co-design, and it is now online as a self-learning course. It went up just before Barcelona, and we've had 500 people already engaged in the course. We're getting to the point where we need to evaluate and refine, but it is something that is a sort of a co-design 101. We've also been doing, with the support of Ireland, a very hands-on support and mentoring program for groups in Caribbean SIDS. So they do, first of all, the online co-design course, and then they're taken or supported throughout a 6 to 8 week personalized support and mentoring course to develop real ideas into co-designed proposals. And we're working very closely with Irish colleagues at the moment to see what potential sources of funding may be available. And I see Niall in the audience, and great to see you. And hopefully we'll have more chance to talk about, or to talk a bit more about that. And then the last thing we're trying to do is demonstrate the benefits of co-designed ocean science. And the decade is, I mean, we're I guess reaching our adolescence in some points. So if we think about the sort of the lifespan of the decade, we had our big flashy period of talking about what is the decade, get involved, let's all be part of it. Now we need to talk about the impact of the decade, and one of that is the real impact, the real benefit of co-designed science, and so that's going to be a big focus of the work. Anyway, I've spoken too long, so I'm going to leave it there, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alison, from coming from there is always a human being behind it, but understanding the different roles and bringing everyone together to discuss, to dialogue. And I love to listen the understanding of the time that is necessary, the investment that is necessary, because this is also science. Co-design, co-production, ocean literacy, this is also strategic communications, they are also science. And the whole strong the results can be, the impact. So thanks for sharing that. And moving on this inspiring the discussions, I'd like to go more, even the individual level of it. And Mariana has been led in involving many gender activities throughout the world. And I guess she'll be presenting some of those data of the importance of gender in co-production, in ocean literacy, and in science. Please, Mariana.
Thank you, Ronaldo. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? Okay. And I would like to thank for this opportunity to be here with these amazing women, which I'm very inspired by. Thank you so much for your presentations. I'm Mariana. I'm from Brazil. I'm going to try to talk a little bit about the work we've been doing, trying to understand how co-design, how ocean literacy, how the ocean decade, ocean science, ocean dimensions in general are representative in the gender discussion. Like, how can we include this dimension, the gender dimension, because gender is a dimension in climate change, is a dimension in ocean science. I've been seeing more of these topics coming up in our conversations, but it's still, there is still a huge gap where we could improve in the following years, and I'm hoping that the Ocean Decade is helping us opening spaces to have these kind of dialogues about gender representation and other things. But I would like to tell you about a specific case that we've been experimenting in Brazil, because it's a quick story. In 2019, right before the UN Ocean Decade is being launched, we were in Brazil, several women together, and we decided on March 8th, very symbolic, to get together and to discuss what is the ocean for us? How do we see each other in ocean careers, in ocean spaces? Do we feel represented? Could we be more aligned of what is being discussed in this kind of environment of ocean science and ocean literacy and ocean spaces in general? And we could see in Brazil that we couldn't identify with the spaces where the ocean the ocean was being discussed, because we didn't, and we recognized that we couldn't see women taking these spaces, occupying this decision-making and these leadership spaces. And so we decided to get together, and we found a movement that we called Movement, that is Women's League for the Ocean in Brazil. And we were at 27 in 2019, and by 2021, we were 2,500 women together, trying to understand how can we get stronger together, how can we amplify the discussion about gender, but also amplify the discussion about ocean, about inclusivity, about diversity. So aligning with the efforts of the UN Ocean Decade regarding the ocean, we partner with an endorsed project that is called Empowering Women. And we submitted a project that is called We Blue, Gender Equality for Ocean Sustainability. And in this project, which is an endorsed action for the UN Ocean Decade, we are trying to come up with some different initiatives from all over Brazil, trying to understand what are the needs for women in ocean science, what are our perspectives, and how can we really qualify the discussion about ocean science. So we have projects and initiatives discussing women in ocean careers. Of course, we have initiatives discussing harassment, because it's an important topic. We have initiatives discussing education, ocean literacy, working groups. So it has been like a huge opportunity for us also to learn from the diversity of women in Brazil, which is huge, I bet you know. But imagine if we could do this like globally, trying to connect women and trying to understand how the ocean science, how the UN Ocean Decade, how ocean literacy, how international cooperation could be more qualified with women being part of the discussion in every part, co-designing solutions for coastal resilience, co-designing solutions for ocean observation, co-designing solutions for the Ocean Decade, for ocean literacy, for international cooperation in general, all over the Atlantic and the ocean itself. But I think it's that for now, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks also, Mariana, for sharing this. How can we see, for example, gender in those spaces and the different spaces relate to the ocean sciences, ocean governance, and that is important. And that leads us to understand that we need to discuss, but we need to really have best practices on that. And I think that leads us now for Jay, that you share some of these experiences of having a safe and inclusive Aoria handbook, that you summarize some of those ideas. So please, can you share with us?
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. My name is Jay Tarks. I'm non-binary, and I use they, them pronouns. And I'm with NOAA Research in the Office of International Activities. And today I'm here to introduce a really important initiative that I've been working on, which is a safe and inclusive handbook for Aoria. In such a diverse multinational alliance, it's really important to have a strong foundation that allows us to actually foster and cultivate a space where everyone feels valued, respected, and empowered to contribute and engage in meaningful ways. And this kind of environment doesn't just happen without any intentionality. So we really have to be intentional about the space that we create so that it is safer and more inclusive. And I think all too often, best practices around inclusion and equity are talked about in very abstract terms. And this handbook is really aimed at being actionable and practical. And it's designed to provide relevant best practices, examples, resources, and actions where we can all create a safer environment for everyone that's engaging in Aoria. And this can look like a lot of different things at many different levels. And I actually have heard a lot of these things discussed in the past few days in the events leading up to this forum. And this can be anything from ensuring that there's translation and interpretation for all the materials and interactions into local languages. It can also be remembering to include your pronouns when you introduce yourself. I saw pronouns included on all of our name cards, so I think that's a great first step. And small actions like this are a great start, but I do think we have the opportunity to move away from something that's nice to have and more towards something that's integrated into the core of what Aoria is, from how we conduct forums, meetings, and broader engagements in ocean science. And so these inclusive actions, I hope that they happen not just sometimes, but so that they actually happen every time. And they may seem like small and obvious things, but I think they're often overlooked, and they really do make a big difference when they're included and incorporated. And so this safe and inclusive handbook can really help ensure that the efforts in Aoria reflect our shared values and commitment to creating spaces that are more safe and more inclusive.
Thanks so much, Jay, to bring us this example, how in practice we can get all this learning, just say, be inclusive for all. And I do agree that I don't think there is anything that is small or obvious. I think that we need to highlight always and using this not in few moments, but having this as our routine. So thanks for bringing this, sharing this, and we go then in the same way, and I would like to invite Juliette to share experiences from South Africa in how to make all the science, because at the very end you're talking about the science that is co-produced, the science that thinks in many ways, but it has to be accessible to the society. As Ken mentioned earlier today, even here in this room we can see how many faces or groups are lacking, and that's not a criticism, that is just understanding this is normal in our discussions. But imagine the society or the members of society that are not part of the ocean bubble, how to reach them out, how to share and make this knowledge accessible. So please, Juliette, share your experiences.
Thank you, and thank you for the invite. I got asked in an email to provide some slides, so I did, but they're just pretty much pictures because I was just going to talk mostly. So I think most of you are aware of the South African context in the current state, and I kind of was thinking about it. It's kind of can be seen as a bit of a microcosm of Aoria and the countries in Aoria. In South Africa, we have the most incredible diversity, and it means that the country has so many great opportunities. The diversity, not just in our people, but also in our environment. We're surrounded by the Atlantic, the Indian, and the Southern Ocean. So we're also faced with many inequalities, though. And again, this brings out opportunities. And so I think, within the Aoria context, what's happening in South Africa is what could be seen as happening across all the countries within Aoria, the diversity, the inequalities, the environment, and the people. And I just wanted to give a bit of a case study about what we're doing within South Africa, as you mentioned. And I think, I work for the National Research Foundation, and we have a science engagement program, and it's really about linking science to the national education systems. So we work very much with the Department of Education and with local municipalities, and the work we do is really curriculum-based. So it's not outreach, it's science engagement. We work with learners of a specific age, and we make sure that we use marine science and marine data to support the geography, life sciences, maths curriculum. And it really starts to open their eyes to different opportunities. And in South Africa as well now, we have actually introduced marine science as a matric subject. And it's rolled out, I think, at the moment in 5 schools. And it's really, again, because I think South Africa has such a sort of strong connection with the oceans around it, it's a great opportunity for learners. So that's one of the things we do, very much curriculum-based. And the other thing that this slide really talks to is that through the National Research Foundation, we do hands-on learning. I'm sure most of you here have heard of Semester, run by Prof. Anzorg, which is South Africa's floating university on the Agulhas 2. We take learners from every university in South Africa to sea for 10 days. And, they don't have to have a marine science background, but they have to have a related subject, so like a maths or computer science. And we also have the opportunity, as part of that, we've taken a learner, or a couple of learners, and some educators on Semester. And we really find that it demystifies oceanography, and it really provides tangible experiences for knowledge retention, not just in ocean sciences, but in life sciences. And another thing that we're doing through this is the Blue Schools Initiative, which I think you're also all quite familiar with. And we actually have a Blue Schools Initiative running right now, which is why Kogi can't be at this meeting. And what's great is that we've taken what's been done through Anchor and the Atlantic, and we're rolling out the Blue Schools Initiative now in the Indian Ocean and with the Indian Ocean rim countries. So I think that's a really great opportunity that South Africa has to share the knowledge sharing that we're getting from Atlantic and from Atlantic rim countries, and then also the work we're doing in the Indian Ocean with the Indian Ocean rim countries, and really acting as a kind of facilitator of sharing of knowledge. So if we just go, and another thing I wanted to show here was we also take kids to the coasts, and there's long-term observations of limpets at the moment on the coast, and we bring students and they become part of that long-term observing system and they contribute to it. And we also do things like take learners surfing, and then at the same time we give them a lesson on tides, on coastal processes. And it really, as I say, it really makes it tangible for them. And some of these learners come from schools that are inland and they've never seen the sea. And so to get on a surfboard, it's pretty scary for them, but they accomplish it, and it's a life-changing experience for them. So if we just go to the next slide, it's just really more pictures. But what I wanted to talk about next is getting further afield. And I've put here the saying, it's an African saying, it takes a whole village to raise a child. So while we're empowering learners about ocean sciences and how it works within the curriculum, we need to empower the educators as well, because otherwise they're going to be sitting disadvantaged with learners who know more than them. But at the same time, we need to empower the teachers, the teachers, the parents, the grandparents, the communities. So we don't just work with schools, we work with local communities, and we will go out, with the local fishing communities, and we'll listen to them about their experiences, and we'll share our experiences, and really grow from that. And it's a program that's been running for many years, for 15 years. And so we're gaining the trust, we're gaining each time we can be responsive to what they're saying and change what we're talking about. And one of the latest things we've started doing, you can see in one of those pictures maybe in the distance, is we started using virtual reality headsets, which has been a huge hit. And you've got some old grannies from Kailicha, and they get to put them on, and they're actually diving through kelp forests. And it's just a really great experience that they will never be able to have physically, but that they can do virtually. So, we really focus on this public outreach, community engagement, and also the teacher workshops. And also, we've heard a little bit about ocean literacy. So really enhancement of ocean literacy and helping society understand the ocean's influence on them and their influence on the ocean, that's really at the root of what we're doing. And if we just go to the last slide, it was just some more sort of thoughts I put together when doing this. It's really, promoting diversity and inclusivity. That's everything that we do within our science engagement programs. But seeing this as an opportunity, you know, seeing inclusivity and diversity as an opportunity, not as something that has to be done. You know, really appreciating engagement inequality. So I said we're like a little microcosm of Aoria because the inequality within South Africa is still so great. So we're working with historically disadvantaged institutes all the time, trying to bring them into marine science in the same way that we're seeing a lot of countries don't have the same resources, and really trying to figure out how we can best bring them into what we're doing. Relationships and trust, we've heard a lot about that. You know, it takes a long time, and you have to go slowly to build that up. Respecting and integrating Indigenous knowledge and transforming the science-society relationship is something we've also heard about. And also, we've touched a little on this, but really overcoming the colonial legacies and listening before we start acting.
Thank you so much, Juliette, to end this round just showing us in practice how can we engage with society in all the stages of the science, co-design, co-production. So it's not only about the outreach, but it's bringing them to being part of the design of ideas, collecting data, analyzing data, understanding the data, and that will help us to make the change we need in the society. Thanks so much. That said, we have 5 minutes for 1 or 2 questions in case you have questions from the audience. So please, if you have some questions for our audience, just raise the hand. Craig, please.
Thank you very much.
Oops.
Thank you. Thank you to the speakers. There we go, thanks. The conversations were very enriching. And we're talking about changing the way people relate to the ocean. Mr. Paul this morning brought us the spiritual value, which I think we all should embrace. Change is not something that scientists can do by themselves. Are people thinking of engaging some of the social science, industrial and community-based psychology, getting those areas of expertise that help us package our words and our outreach across generations, across communities, but to be doing more than what the science community itself is equipped to do? Can I provoke a reaction to that? Thank you.
Sure. I don't see anyone else flinching. Craig? Yeah, it's a fantastic question. And yeah, I mean, initial thoughts to that is absolutely science community can't do it all. And I think part of what, you know, the need is absolutely the social science community, the environmental psychology, behavior change, social-based marketing. Like what, you know, how do you communicate things that stick, and how do you have to communicate them differently to different audiences? All those disciplines and professional communities are part of this solution. And really, and I think Challenge 10, you know, it was an initial step towards that, is it's the convening and coordinating of all those different professional communities to lean into something. And one tangible example on the spot here is after Barcelona, so many of these communities were working in silo. They're asking the same kind of questions, but they're not coming together. And so you're either competing for small pots of funds because the social sciences or these kind of things don't get the funding the science community often does. Each of them were actually working on creating some kind of tool or a survey to engage the public on different ocean perceptions, values, attitudes, behavioral intentions, so we can start to see what are those barriers to engendering agency and being able to act on knowledge. And they've all stopped doing it on their own and came together to co-design one instrument. So we have the strategic ocean community working together with ocean literacy, bringing in the marine social scientists, and some social-based marketers. And we are launching this fall the Ocean and Society Survey with the hope of administering it in 30 countries before UNOC of 2025. And so that's just one example, but I think more of that transdisciplinary collaboration that can work alongside and together with the science community is essential. Not sure if I answered, but start.
And maybe if I could just add to that as well, and I'd just like to say the survey and this ambition before UNOC next year to have the 30 countries. We presented that to a meeting of philanthropic partners in Rio, actually, just recently, and there's great interest amongst philanthropies as well who are also trying to work in this space in their role as advocates for communication of ocean science, so we'll talk about that. And then one other thing, another very concrete thing that we're trying to test is using the Call for Decade Actions mechanism under the Ocean Decade to bring together multidisciplinary partners around issues such as this. And the white paper had a very clear recommendation for a future program with bringing in marine social scientists, bringing in communications to look around theories of change and to look at generating some of the knowledge for how you drive that behaviour change. And this is something that we're hoping either in the next Call for Decade Actions or the one after that to start soliciting groups to come together to really actively engage around that issue. So using the thinking that's coming out of that working group and then translating that through the mechanisms of the decade to try and create action.
Can I add? So, you know, I also think, thanks Craig, that's a great question, but I also think some scientists shouldn't. Some scientists should really just focus on their pure research in a box in their room, and they shouldn't be asked to talk to communities. It's very damaging. But what we need to do is shift our thinking as well. So say I'm a scientist, I'm a marine scientist, I'm happy with my research, but I see the value and I want to engage. I want to maybe do another degree in social science because I see the value in that, or I want to work with social scientists. But my institute is still only rewarding me for publishing in Nature, you know? So we need, and I'm looking at the DSI here, we need to shift the way we think about how scientists are judged and how they get promoted. If it's just going to still be on scientific papers, working with social scientists takes a lot of thought and a lot of change, and we want to encourage it. So how? What can be the carrot, aside from the good of the world?
To echo that a little bit as well, thank you for the question, but I do think that it can happen on a smaller scale too, so it may not be a scientist having this great idea to go out into a community, but actually looking at what's already going on, doing the homework to see what activities and programs are already existing within that community, and maybe leveraging some of those or looking at a collaboration with that as opposed to a scientist coming in starting from scratch so that they can tick a box on their grant application or what have you.
You want to share anything? No?
Thanks for the question. I think the ocean is so interesting. Like, we can engage with the ocean in many, many ways. It doesn't have to be with science lens. Like, I used to be a scientist. I still am a little bit, but I'm trying to navigate in other oceans and spaces. And it's very interesting to see that people can relate with the ocean within sports, photography, with cinema, and other art forms. And because we are in a place that we are discussing cooperation through scientific lens, sometimes it's very difficult to see these other relationships we could have with the ocean and how they could bring many different ideas of how we could relate with other professions, other types of knowledges, other relationships with the ocean. And all of this is ocean literacy. All of this could be international food for international cooperation. All of these could be elements for an alliance around the Atlantic. And because we can relate with the ocean in many, many ways. It doesn't have to be from the scientific form all the time.
Thank you. We have one final question.
Yeah, well, thanks first of all for a stimulating discussion and many good answers. So I think that this is a question I think I remember asking at the beginning of the UN Ocean Decade. And, but, you know, we seem to talk about science and scientists and then people. But of course, scientists are people, right? And you can only see it here. We have all sorts of interesting social structures. We have a lot of complicated acronyms. We have national programs. And I'm wondering, as part of the UN Decade, or as Aoria, is there interest of a social science community actually examining how we do science and whether through these types of discussions we're actually changing the way we're doing science and scientists' attitudes are changing? Because it seems we should be trying to measure the way we do science, and we should, at the end of the decade, hopefully be doing it differently than we did it before. So I just wonder if there are any such programs of social scientists looking at, I hate to say it, but people like me and my colleagues and how we interact.
She's handed me the boiling potato on this one. Yeah, look, I agree, and it's, you know, it also comes. We need to do this. We're not doing it yet. I will be very clear about that, because again, one of the luxuries of the decade, although it does go very quickly, is that we do have 10 years, and we're sort of, you know, there are different phases to this. And the first phase was just getting you all excited to be part of it, right? Now you're there. Now we can start studying you. I mean, that's not yeah, you'll be first, but not wanting to be glib about it. But yeah, certainly it is something. But looking at, because we need to. It's, you know, I think one of the first definitions, or one of the first things we have in one of the boxes of the implementation plan, I remember very clearly writing this, is about why is ocean science transformative? And it's transformative because of, it can be transformative because of who's doing it, where it's being done, how it's being done, what the partnerships are. It's not just the questions that it's thinking about, it's the people behind that science. And as we're moving now from that great momentum and that great energy we've got in the decade, we need to be more strategic about how that science is getting communicated. But then the next step is, how is that science being done? Is the co-design working? For example, you know, we put this course out there, 500 people have enrolled. Has it been useful? Has it changed the way they're doing science? We're not there yet, but it's very much on our minds in future steps of finding ways to measure that. And again, it's working with social scientists that we can do that. And I think that's also where the Challenge 10 working group recommendations and expertise will also come into play.
Thank you.
Yesterday, some of us were at the Coastal Resilience Workshop, and we were discussing in the group tables about how to engage with community. And that sparkled me like a lot of thinking about self-criticism. What is my role when I'm designing a project that is going to engage with a community? Like what is exactly I am representing when I'm interacting with someone from a community? And because if like in Brazil, I say that university, you have this kind of neutral role that is not the same as the government or the NGOs, exactly, but we are not neutral, you know, we are scientists, but we are not neutral. But I think we have a lot of opportunity for self-criticism and self-reflection about how we as scientists, for those that recognize themselves as scientists, how we put ourselves in those co-design projects and co-production of knowledge with other communities, and local communities or other communities of scientists that are not natural scientists, and so on.
Yeah, I love that comment. I think as well, when we think about having like someone, social scientists come in to study us or something like that, I think it can start with just like self-reflection and self-awareness around some of the things that we've been talking about and how we're doing science. I think it can start with something as simple as self-reflection and that self-criticism or stock-taking of yourself.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? So, and by that said, let's remember by self-reflection that we are coming to the end of this session, but at 5 in the afternoon today, we will have a session with flip charts that you can see at the end there, where you'll be asked to share your thoughts about how to promote diversity, equity, inclusion, ocean literacy, and communication throughout Aoria. So keep thinking on that. I hope you have enjoyed the session as much as I did. So thanks so much for you all. It was amazing. I'd like to ask a final round of applause to our panelists.
All right, thank you so much to our moderator and our panel discussion participants. There were a few key takeaways and homework, including the importance of pronouns. So my pronouns are he, him. Now it's lunchtime, so we invite you to head to the rotunda, which is 1 floor down, and where lunch will be served. And I want to note that there'll be a side event called Laying the Foundation for coordination of the Ocean Decade from 1 to 2 p.m. in this room, which is hosted by IOC UNESCO. Otherwise, have a good lunch, bon appétit, and we will resume at 2 p.m. in this room, Eastern Time.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and I'd like to start by recognizing and giving thanks to our Canadian hosts and the organizers for a fabulous first day of the forum and a really well-run event thus far. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to join you today as we continue on the pivotal journey towards the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance. This initiative represents continued successful collaboration across nations, disciplines, and communities, and it's focused on one of our planet's most vital resources, which we've heard throughout the day from our many speakers. And so we're here today to continue to recognize the great opportunity to foster collaboration across the Atlantic, uniting nations and institutions in shared missions for sustainable ocean stewardship. This alliance is more than a collaboration. It's a commitment to our ocean and our shared future. We heard earlier today to think of the ocean as a living being, and I've been reflecting on that since the opening this morning. The Atlantic truly does just that. It sustains our communities, our ecosystems, our economies, and ourselves as human beings. And it will take committed partnerships to conserve these benefits in the face of a changing world. Thanks to those who've come before me, I'd like to start by recalling some of the origins of the All-Atlantic Alliance under the Galway and Belém statements, and where we can proudly look back to the efforts of Ireland and the EU, Canada, and the United States that initiated some of the collaborations underpinning this process. And now we celebrate each of the nations here today and those joining for the first time during this forum that are here as members. We've seen throughout its development the important initiatives and projects that stem from the Galway and Belém statements. Through these collaborations, for example, the establishment of ocean data portals has significantly improved access to oceanographic data. This has promoted better data sharing among countries across the Atlantic basin and has led to improved forecasts. You know, in the United States right now, we're reflecting on the 2 back-to-back hurricanes impacting the state of Florida right now, and the information and data that is being fed into that, and our emerging technologies that are giving us better forecasts and earlier warnings for evacuations. So we're seeing that happening right now as I speak. This collaboration and data sharing has improved the quality of life and lowered the risk of people of many nations that live both on the coasts and near the marine environment, as well as inland through weather forecasting as well. As another success to highlight, the Atlas Project created dynamic new partnerships between multinational industries, governments, and academia to assess deep sea ecosystems in the Atlantic, discovering new marine communities of sponges and deep sea corals. Galway and Belém have also catalyzed joint research projects and expeditions to help address pressing issues such as the climate crisis and biodiversity loss. On top of these research deliverables, these agreements have laid the foundation for a new scale of ocean science cooperation and ultimately resulted in the signing of the Aoria Declaration. By improving the way we observe the marine environment and share related data, we can ensure that the Atlantic Ocean continues to support our communities and economies in the future. And Aoria is a key component in this effort, and this alliance amplifies the understanding that together we can achieve more than any one country or organization can do alone. I'm excited to join you here today representing the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy and reflect on some of the shared principles across the Atlantic, building on some of the key themes that we've seen throughout the day mentioned by many of the speakers. My office harnesses the power of science, technology, and innovation to achieve America's great aspirations. That innovation is not only attributed to science and technology, but it's also policy innovation, innovation in partnerships, as well as new ways of thinking that are informed by traditional and indigenous knowledge and different knowledge holders. In the way that the ocean connects us all, our approach to building a sustainable ocean economy has been equally integrated and interconnected. From our Sustainable Ocean Plan to our Ocean Climate Action Plan, and to our Ocean Justice Strategy, to a comprehensive national nature assessment, we have approached ocean policy in a way that understands the inextricable links between nature, economy, and society. While policy at the highest levels of government is a bold vision to aspire to, the reality of what is occurring to our marine environment on a local level and in our own backyard is truly why we're all here. We each care about our own backyards, our coasts, our communities, our economies, and we are enriched together by the shared undertaking of the cooperative science to inform that work. Much of my personal inspiration has been driven not by the remote and the pristine ecosystems of the world, but the devastation and the rapid decline of once thriving ecosystems I've seen firsthand. While researching coral health and population dynamics at the onset of my career, I witnessed a local Caribbean ecosystem become decimated in a single season, and this was due to the compounding stressors of global temperatures, local runoff, and regional water quality. This type of decline highlights the critical need of partnerships that transcend borders to tackle global issues. In other areas of the world, I also witnessed pristine ecosystems teeming with life. These areas were mostly very remote, far from human activity, and often unknown to many. And while these ecosystems may have looked pristine to me, they were likely more degraded and depleted a generation prior, and the leaders before me probably saw more fish, more life, and healthier ecosystems. These shifting baselines truly demonstrate the decline in our expectations for the environment over time, and they will play a significant role in understanding how generations to come will view our planet. The new normal is rapidly changing, and the young researchers of tomorrow might never have the privilege of studying these pristine systems. And so our changing environment calls on us to look and to explore new ways to accelerate accessible and inclusive science. And there are many challenges when it comes to conserving our vast ocean and coastal ecosystems, but there are also countless possibilities for how we can usher in the research and the innovation of the future. The US, through the Biden-Harris administration, has worked with communities and our many partners to explore these new possibilities for ocean research and innovation. I'd like to take a few minutes to share with you some of these possibilities for collective action across the Atlantic, many of which we've seen briefly mentioned throughout today, hopefully threading together some of the conversations you've been having and you've been witnessing. And this can really move us closer to addressing the big challenges and achieving our shared global goals. The climate crisis is impacting our coastlines and ocean, threatening our ecosystems and communities alike. And as climate change impacts intensify, our collective research is aimed at the connections between ocean health, climate, and sustainable development. And while the ocean is suffering many negative impacts from climate change, it's also a powerful source of climate solutions, which we've heard throughout today. Nature-based solutions, like the conservation, protection, and restoration of blue carbon ecosystems, will be an important part of our ocean-based climate mitigation and adaptation. This work will generate multiple benefits for slowing and responding to climate change, stemming the loss of biodiversity, and supporting people and communities who depend on the ocean. To highlight these opportunities, the US released a first-of-its-kind Ocean Climate Action Plan, a whole-of-government approach to harness the power of the ocean to advance climate solutions, environmental justice, and ensure sustainable coastal communities and a healthy ocean economy. Further cross-border ocean research is needed not only to measure and anticipate the future changes due to human activities, but also to evaluate which solutions and actions we should pursue and how. A healthy ocean is vital to a livable world, so we should accelerate the use of science, evidence, and knowledge to inform our climate adaptation and mitigation efforts. The challenges of today's changing ocean also present us the possibility of addressing historic injustices and centering equity in all of our actions. The most vulnerable communities often bear the brunt of climate change, pollution, extreme weather, and other environmental risks. Our joint efforts must prioritize equity and inclusion and ensure that all voices, particularly those from historically underrepresented communities, are heard and valued in these conversations. This means fostering partnerships that empower local voices and allow people to meaningfully engage in decisions that affect their own lives. And these are deeply held values in the United States and within the administration. We believe that all people should benefit from the ocean, like good-paying jobs, healthy and plentiful food, functioning coastal ecosystems, and access to recreation. That's why we created the Ocean Justice Strategy, which lays out how the United States government will advance environmental justice for communities that rely on the ocean. Ocean justice should be embedded in all government activities, from creating more opportunities for people who might be affected by a specific government action, to meaningfully participate in the decision-making process in an active manner. Ocean justice should permeate every aspect of the ocean knowledge pipeline, from inclusive ocean education in the classroom to research that is co-designed and co-developed with coastal communities. And the voices of Indigenous communities are also essential for creating sustainable practices that honor both culture and the environment. We support and applaud Canada's commitment to strengthening nation-to-nation relationships and centering climate change, conservation, healthcare, and science and technology alongside the country's Indigenous peoples and allowing its original stewards to reconnect to their lands and waters. We all must ensure that communities can actively participate in our research and decision-making processes, benefiting from the innovation that we develop together. And Indigenous knowledge, or Indigenous systems, as Ken reminded us this morning, contribute immensely to the scientific, technical, social, economic advancements, and to our collective understanding of the natural world. The United States has focused on elevating Indigenous knowledge into government decision-making, developing government-wide guidance for federal agencies to adhere to on Indigenous knowledge, and that's been very key to our marine conservation efforts. We also know that we can do more, and we really look forward to hearing from our colleagues around the Atlantic and striving to implement best practices within Aoria to ensure that we collectively serve as an example in this space. We encourage all the Atlantic representatives here today to consider how to further integrate, lift up, and include all voices in decision-making processes, research, and innovation. The rapidly changing environment around us also presents new possibilities for how we measure, monitor, observe our ocean and coastal ecosystems. Robust ocean observations are critical for understanding current conditions and future change. So we must constantly strive to effectively collect, manage, and share data. By developing the partnerships across sectors and internationally, we can develop a more holistic picture of ocean health and better respond to sometimes conflicting ocean uses. In a sustainable ocean economy, effective protection, sustainable production, and equitable prosperity go hand in hand. This vision relies on accurate information about the environment to help us make informed decisions about how we're using it. Our ocean observing systems must be up to the challenge of producing the information needed to effectively monitor emerging ocean uses, such as offshore renewable energy, and to evaluate potential ocean-based climate solutions, such as marine carbon dioxide removal. We should strive to bring together data from many different sources and countries to advance observations that are sustainable, efficient, and fit for purpose. Let's meet the challenge of building a true all-Atlantic ocean observing system, and I look forward to hearing more of Atlantos shortly this afternoon. We've already seen advances that benefit end users, from identifying oil spill hazards to assessing the emissions reductions that can be achieved through ship route optimization discussed earlier today, to more accurately predicting harmful algal blooms through the integration of in situ and satellite data. We can maximize our impact by working together and sharing information widely, and we must prioritize observation and monitoring systems that provide critical data on ocean health and climate impacts. Not only is it crucial to increase and sustain our observations being collected, but we've continued to hear that that data must also be well managed, transparent, and adhere to principles that enable the greatest level of sharing across borders where possible. We heard earlier today about projects developing tools for decision makers needed for a successful green transition, development of a hub to streamline implementation efforts to restore the ocean and waters in the Atlantic and Arctic, and a research program to better understand and predict the carbon cycle. Underpinning each of these efforts are robust, fit-for-purpose data. Adherence to FAIR principles, that data should be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, will help maximize the impact of science and observations. At the same time, it is vital that Indigenous data is handled in ways that enable Indigenous peoples to derive collective and just benefits, recognizing that Indigenous authority to control, take responsibility, minimize harm, and maximize benefits. The effective sharing and management of ocean data is just one example of why we need robust frameworks for international partnerships and cooperation. As those that have joined after lunch walked into a really successful lunch side event on the UN Decade, I'd like to highlight that many of the attributes that throughout today that we've heard and concerns are also at the root of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. And the UN Decade represents a key pathway and tool to further our joint ambition of our basin-wide contributions. And with the formal endorsement of the forum as an Ocean Decade activity, it further underscores our alignment to these global goals and our commitment to fostering ocean science and sustainability across the Atlantic Ocean. What we do here in Aoria is exactly what the decade was created to inspire, foster, and as we see throughout today, produce. Through the sharing of information and knowledge this week and initiation of future advancements in science, we will together achieve a healthy and sustainable Atlantic Ocean. As a more recent international framework, again mentioned during the lunch meeting for those who weren't present, the Partnership for Atlantic Cooperation that connects the Atlantic community, putting the ocean at the center of our diplomatic relationship. It currently joins together 42 countries, representing 75% of the Atlantic coastline. And I'm glad to see so many representatives from many of those countries here today and encourage everyone to consider joining the partnership. Each member is committed to the interconnected goals of advancing a peaceful and prosperous and cooperative Atlantic region while conserving a healthy, sustainable, and resilient resource for generations to come. There are a number of work streams, one of which their platform for science, capacity building, and exchange that might be of interest and relevant to this group. It includes targeted efforts to support diverse, equitable, and inclusive all-Atlantic research collaborations with facilitated trainings and workshops, such as the recent Joint Partnership and Aoria workshop on ocean observation and modeling held this past summer in Washington, D.C. This international framework demonstrates a diplomatic platform for us to come together across the Atlantic Basin and join our shared interests and priorities with the goal of lifting up existing efforts, such as Aoria and the UN Decade, and amplifying the work of many people in this room and the ongoing work that's occurring. So while our ocean ecosystems and the communities that rely on them face many challenges, I'm hopeful for all the possibilities that this moment and this group of people present. Everyone in this room shares a vision for partnerships that will equitably address climate change, bring different voices into ocean science research, drive innovation in ocean observing, and help us sustainably manage our ocean resources. Let's commit to partnerships to conserve these benefits in the face of a changing world, so the emerging researchers and leaders of the future are able to experience their own ecosystems of hope and have healthy and thriving baseline environments to enjoy and benefit from. Let's harness the power of collaboration and international frameworks to draw on these diverse, lived experiences, resources, and perspectives to make this happen. Together, we truly can create a legacy of resilience, equity, and innovation that will resonate for generations and our ancestors to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the remarks and an amazing presentation. We'll take a few questions, and how this can work is either we can use the flow mics, or we'll be using Slido, which should show up soon. So Slido, you can use the QR code to ask your questions. And what I think I'll do is alternate between the floor and any Slido questions you have. So while we wait for the questions, I invite participants to ask a question.
Thank you. I don't think this is on at the moment. Oh, no, it is. Thank you. That was a very interesting presentation. I have a question about the aspect to do with the measurement and observations that you talked about, and the importance, which of course I share. You judged it important that I share your view to make sure that the data is used widely and follows the FAIR principles. It's notable, I think, that in the ocean, the use of data internationally still lags some way behind the use of atmospheric data. If we look at our ability to forecast the weather, there's a very strong international agreement about sharing of atmospheric data and making sure that we measure enough of it at national level, that we always have the data we need to be able to build accurate weather forecasts. We're not quite at that stage yet from an ocean point of view, and I'd be interested to know whether you think that's a direction we should be heading in, and if so, what are the mechanisms by which we achieve it, and does Aoria have a role in that process? Thanks.
Thank you so much for that question. And I think, yes, there's a huge role to really amplify the amount of data sharing that can happen. I think Aoria does play a role, and one way to maybe do that is, industry. Is industry present in this room today? Not as much as I think they should be. And if we're looking to really capitalize and amplify the amount of data that we're working and sharing, that needs to be both across borders, but also across sectors. And we need to bring in all of our various partners, not just the academic and the research community that we're so focused on here today, and really bring in all those different sources of knowledge, sources of potential data. There are challenges to that, but having a common set of principles, a common set of understanding and agreement is needed, and we have some of those frameworks in place, but it's really getting those people in the room, having those conversations, and I think being more inclusive in conversations like this.
Perfect. Looking at the command center to see if we have a Slido question. We do have one. So the question is, what is the added value of the U.S. Partnership for Atlantic Cooperation in comparison to the Aoria?
The added value. So as the Partnership for Atlantic Cooperation and our diplomatic efforts towards that opportunity are continuing to grow and are clearly a newer effort coming to play, I think the added value is really leveraging the 40-some partners and 75% of coastlines involved in the Atlantic cooperation. With Aoria, I think there's a great deal of ways that we can find synergies. The session just prior to this talked about how we can use that platform to amplify the work, not duplicate the work. That's being done in this space, that's being done in the research, the science, the innovation space, and leverage that higher level, that diplomatic, that ministerial level engagement through something like the Partnership for Atlantic Cooperation, and elevate the science. You know, it's clear that the ocean is a key part of that diplomacy effort, and so we have that hook, we have that attention, so we should capitalize that to ensure that the science is elevated in a manner that we would all like to see, and we all have been discussing on trying to do.
Do we have a question here?
Hi, just great compliments on a fantastic presentation. Building back on the earlier question about the availability and interoperability of ocean science data, I think we have to be honest enough in the international domain to recognize that in terms of atmospherics and climate, it's relatively recent that the climatologists realize that the ocean has a huge role to play. And it has been an underserviced area in the past. But two examples of that being transformed in the Aoria period are Atlantos and the follow-on, because all of the shared knowledge and experience of how to cost-effectively go about observing and sharing is hugely shared, built in a trusted environment. And secondly, the reach out, and I remember Craig being there, to the commercial survey industry, was to share information that was gathered for private purposes, but that was beyond the use. But the key factor was to de-risk the utilization of such data sets. And the solution, which was come about with the industry, was to, if you like, channel the information through publicly owned federal, national, agency-type data centers, which would have the protocols for handling such information. And don't forget, in 2014, just after we started in Galway, less than 5% of the seabed was mapped. Now we're up at over 20% open access data, and a significant contribution to that was from the private sector as well, joining the collaboration. So when there's a party of the willing, a lot can happen.
Yeah, thank you for that question and comment, more so comment. And it certainly resonates with, we as a society are becoming more and more to realize the power and the influence of the ocean in our everyday lives. And to quote a former mentor and boss, if you like your 7-day weather forecast, thank an oceanographer. He wants bumper stickers across the globe to say that. And so we're realizing more and more this connection, and I think seabed mapping data is a great example of how government and academic and researchers were able to work with the private sector to really tap into, in some cases it's not new data, it was existing data that we were able to then bring into combined portals and combined systems and reveal different parts of the seafloor that were mapped, but we just didn't have the visibility on that. And so shifting to the atmospheric space, as you said, which has been a focus, but now into broader oceanographic data will be very important in the future, and industry will play a big role.
I think we can do one more question. Do we have a Slido? Is there anyone has any final question? Going once, twice. Thank you so much, Ms. Early. I'm now very excited to introduce the next session that focuses on Area of Action 1, which would be climate change and coastal resilience. I'm sure this will be an amazing discussion. I would welcome to the stage our moderator for this session, Dr. Peter Heffernan, Ocean Ambassador from Ireland. Over to you, Dr. Heffernan.
Thank you so much. And may I invite the panel, please, to join on stage and take your seats. While they do that, just to say how delightful it was, even though I was very jet lagged, to see so many people at the Irish Ambassador's reception, a great friend of mine last night. And since we joined last year in Dublin to celebrate 10 years since the beginning of this journey together, two bits of news for you. I've got a second hip replaced, and now I have 2 more grandchildren. So when you use the term ocean ambassador, you really are an ambassador for your grandkids. And that puts another dimension to the joint efforts we're all here. So now we have a brilliant panel. It's over to them. We're asking them to do the challenge of updating and looking forward in the same conversation on how their efforts and endeavours with colleagues around the arena of ocean science and climate can help the resilience of coastal communities. And our first speaker from the European Commission, a great friend of ours, Sylvia Nemeth, who's going to outline stakeholder dialogue and stock-taking of progress in the area of Action 1. Sylvia.
Thank you, Peter. Welcome, everyone. It is my great pleasure to welcome you at this session on behalf of DG Research of the European Commission. I should mention that DG Research is responsible for the coordination of the participation of the European Union in the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance, and we are very happy to do these tasks. Aoria by now is widely recognized as a science diplomacy network that is highly successful. And why is it so successful? Because it relies on expertise, it relies on trust, it relies on more than 10 years of cooperation, and it creates really a space where a wide range of actors can come together and identify challenges and act upon them together. From the perspective of the European Union, I would like to mention that our aim is to support activities that are in line with the goals of the European Green Deal and the objectives of President von der Leyen. And we really like to support activities that are aiming for making sure that green and blue transition agendas are really taking place. The European Union is leading the efforts of Area of Action 1 of Aoria that focuses on the relations of the ocean and climate and on science cooperation for the benefit of coastal communities. This area of action is a combined effort of all the Aoria partners, and it builds on their existing and future programs and initiatives which are relevant for this area. I would like to mention that from the EU policy landscape, we are implementing most of the Aoria actions through the Horizon Europe Research and Innovation Framework Program. And our activities are actually closely aligned also with other European programs, and they rely on a set of projects and initiatives that are relevant for the area of coastal resilience. In particular, I would like to highlight the mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters 2030, with its ambitious objectives and decadal thinking that is very similar to the UN Decade of Ocean Science. And both are specifically mentioned also in the Aoria Declaration. The EU mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters is also working in close cooperation with other missions, such as the EU mission on climate adaptation. In the Ocean and Waters mission, the activities in the Atlantic Sea Basin are operating under the umbrella of the Atlantic Arctic Lighthouse. We heard a lot about the projects that are supported there with the aim to promote the preservation and the restoration of marine ecosystems. The projects already show a strong alignment and can support the activities that we are trying to lead on in relation to the area of coastal resilience. So we are really not starting from scratch, but our aim this year has been also to rally together with and line up with the stakeholders who can benefit from these activities and who want to be part of these activities. We also benefit, of course, from the support of the Oceano project and that helped us organize a stakeholder dialogue with scientists and with policymakers and with communities. We are going to hear a lot more about the process and the outcomes of it from the presentation of Stefan. Our aim was really to take stock of the existing tools, the existing knowledge, and to take stock of the needs for further science and to overview and design practices that can bring science solutions and knowledge to local coastal communities, and to take further action together with them. While doing so, we also aim to take into account and adjust to the specificities of vulnerable coastal communities, and paying particular attention, for example, to islands, ports, and cities. I would like to close up by thanking Oceano also for their support and for all the services that they are providing to all the Aoria partners. I would like to invite everyone also to look at the revamped All Atlantic website. It is a great source of information, and it really shows where we are going with this area of action. And I would also like to thank those who have been part of this journey up to now, and invite those who have not been part of this. And please come on board and be part of the future actions that we are trying to build together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sylvia, and the timekeeping is superb, as will be from all our speakers, because I really want, and a forewarning, the second half of this presentation session is your session and your questions, and we really want that, because if you ain't talking with stakeholders, what's this session about? All right, next up is another old friend, Stefan Fritz, who's going to give us his presentation on the feedback from different stakeholder engagement events and foreseen actions in this area in the near future. Stefan. Wherever you want.
I'll follow Sylvia's lead. So thank you very much, Peter. No, it's a great pleasure to be here. As a dual citizen German-Canadian, it's also a particularly special forum for me, and as an ECOP, actually in Ottawa, it was the first place that I organized a conference as a lead organizer on youth perspectives on Canadian foreign policy. That was a very long time ago. But in that way, I was also, I join a chorus of people who have said, one of the great things about the alliance, this alliance, is that we have very actively engaged young people, and it's fantastic to see so many of them here, and some of the best conversations I've had have been with them here. So I'm going to start where Sylvia ended, on thanking people, because one of the things about the Alliance and about Oceano as a support project to the Alliance is that we started about 8 months ago, plus minus, and we had to really get on the ground running and get off really on a good foot. And that wouldn't have been possible without very many people. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank the Oceano team, the really fantastic Oceano team, the communications team, the coordination team, the intergenerational team, and of course my two colleagues, and you'll see two names in the program, Alexandra Sophie, who moderated the event yesterday, and online was my colleague Jonathan. Without them, the event yesterday would not have been possible. And I'd like to thank the European Commission for being great colleagues, and for your support and for the leadership, because again, we had to take this area one and move it fast, because this is about real things for real people. I'd like to thank DFO for a wonderful event. Like I said, it's also very personal to have a forum here. And above all, the speakers and participants, because in the last 6 months, we've organized two online workshops and one in-person workshop yesterday. We've had about 150 people, 180 people plus minus involved in the process, and many individuals who have given a lot of time and effort to an initiative that has no definition yet. We're building it, it's experimental, it's learning by doing, and for that reason, without their work, this would not have happened. So this is about people's lives. We see this in the news. We see it in the news very, very much today. And so I think what we have to reflect on here is that when we're talking about coastal resilience and about the Alliance, we are actually building a community that has the potential to make a difference. Now, the question for us is, of course, what kind of a difference that we can make? And it's definitely not a platitude. So we have to take it seriously. So yesterday, we hopefully contributed modestly to that, to building that community by organizing this workshop. And the Participants were tasked with answering the question, what could the Atlantic Alliance most usefully do to promote cooperation between science and communities on coastal resilience issues around the Atlantic Ocean in the short and the medium terms? And so next, I think this is this one, right? Yes. So one picture slide, which showed the event yesterday. This is a fabulous location, incidentally. So, and some take-home messages I'll start with. So some principled messages about we need to, and you've heard many of these things before. We need to be solutions-oriented. There's no point in just talking. We need to be on the ground running, doing something meaningful. We can't just be talking to ourselves. We heard this from the last speaker. About involving communities, and we've heard this today several times, traditional local knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and we need to make that meaningful. And it's about people's well-being. When we talk about the news today, or we read the news today, and we think about those individuals in Florida and elsewhere around the Atlantic facing issues to their daily lives, it is about their well-being. And we need to, therefore, go beyond just consulting or trying to give them the best advice possible, and we need to co-design from the beginning and building trust. Now, these are all big concepts, and we do need to now really buckle down and think about what this could mean in practice, because network of networks is another one of these often platitudes. But I think that's what this is about. We have to build on what's out there, on the diversity of activities that are out there. And then ultimately the aim is, of course, to achieve something that's sustainable, both in terms of actions on the ground and in terms of the support to make those actions possible over the longer term. So we basically, from yesterday, this presentation cannot reflect all the discussion we had, but three broad building blocks we have. One is building an Atlantic coastal resilience narrative. And so the narrative is about what are we about? Why are we here? What is our story? What is our contribution to this issue of coastal resilience? Knowing full well it not just means something to people, but there are many, many activities out there. So definitely what we can do is showcase what partners are doing to understand and promote coastal resilience. And we want to capture definitely the diversity and explore transferability of national and regional initiatives. Now, we've actually got some great support. Not even the European Commission knows this. We got some support from S3, from Dawn Wright's company. They have the ArcGIS program, which many of you will know, and they're going to support us with some experts and some interns to help build an Atlantic coastal resilience hub, and that's meant to be a working space. Like I said, we're trying to get off the ground fast and efficient, cost effectively, but meaningfully. So we want to aggregate what's out there, what people are doing. We want to provide a platform for people also offering their information about what they're doing, their actions. And in the top right-hand corner, there's a QR code. So there's on the hub, which is a beta, we're working every day on it. There's a survey. In fact, there's two surveys. Please fill it out. It's about your information, about not your personal information, but about your actions around the Atlantic. So we want to build that narrative. We want to build a community, and that definitely means we need to network the knowledge holders, and that's one thing we've talked about. Now, we're never going to reach individual fishers on a very personal level at our level of action. So we need to not just have the knowledge holders, but those people building bridges. Individuals, like we have one fellow here from Ghana who does exactly this in his daily work. And this is the kind of bridge builder that we need. And then my last point, serving the Atlantic coastal communities. We need to take the national, regional level examples that we have, the actions we have, and we need to make those work for the longer term through co-design processes, pilot sites. And I think a great example is the EU mission, Restore Our Ocean and Waters by 2030, which in the Atlantic lighthouse area, as it's so-called, we have many pilot activities. We have opportunities for citizens to get involved. So that's a concrete example, and I've heard many other examples from around the Atlantic here during the event. And Aoria can aggregate all this. And we can aggregate the actions, we can provide a forum for interactions, and then hopefully through that, maybe learn best practices, improve on what we're doing, and support each other. Yeah? Sorry, it was a bit longer.
It's all right.
Oh, thank you very much, and I'm sure that will have stimulated some questions that I look forward to hearing in a little while. Next up, another person I've known for quite some time, and it's a great pleasure to introduce Murray Roberts, who's going to be giving us his views on building on the science results on ecosystem preservation for coastal resilience. So from the deep to the coast. Murray.
Thank you, Peter, and good afternoon, everybody. And I think it'd be remiss of me not to give my Canadian connection right at the get-go and to talk a little about Atlantic Partnership. So Atlantic Partnership, I like to think, is in a lot of our DNA, but it's literally in the DNA of my children because I'm married to a Canadian from here in Ottawa. So my kids have dual nationality, no grandchildren yet, Peter, dual nationality, but interestingly, neither of them have become marine scientists, which I can only reflect upon, can't I, in my own life. Thank you, Doug, for nodding at that. So what I would like to do now is to talk a little bit about the programs that I've really enjoyed running, project programs over the last nearly 10 years it's been, but maybe bounce us back 20 years to begin with why I think partnerships work. And I think partnerships work when there's some bottom-up, we need this to happen. There's a community that thinks we need it to happen, and then from the top down, there's a bit of magic dust that's sprinkled that allows that to happen. That's what happened 20 years ago when I was a postdoctoral researcher, went to a meeting in Galway, organized by NOAA. The Americans came to Galway in Ireland to talk about cold water corals, something I was working on, still work on, and love to bits. That was a really important workshop because it allowed me as a young researcher to think bigger. We needed to grow the scale. If we kept going to our backyards, looking at where the corals were, asking questions about how do we map them, how might they be connected up and down the coastline, we couldn't get to the really interesting science, and we certainly couldn't inform management. And Chibocius referenced some deep-sea coral research in her keynote and how important early EU projects were in informing what we now refer to sometimes as vulnerable marine ecosystems designated through the UN FAO, Resolution 61-105, I think it is. But the science that was done by the EU, in European waters, I have to say, back then, was foundational in creating that. So it's a mix of the bottom-up and the top-down, which leads me to where we are at the moment, where we have the desire for better understanding of the fundamentals. We don't know enough about the ocean. I think I don't need to repeat that anymore in this forum, but we have the skills and capacities to address the priorities that are up on this screen at the moment. I haven't the time to run through each of these in turn, but tomorrow there's a side event, I'm afraid, again, over lunch, where I have a bit more time to talk about each of these priorities. But we articulate these in a paper that came out last year, where we create a blueprint for integrating both scientific approaches, but also international communities to create an understanding of basin-wide, ocean basin-wide ecosystem status. So we are very ecosystem-focused in the research projects that I've led. From 2016 to 2020, the Atlas project, which looked at the ecosystem connectivity and functioning of the North Atlantic, particularly structural habitats in the deep ocean, think seamounts, corals, sponges, vent systems. And underlying both of these projects, if you can look beyond the kind of graphics there, you can see the overturning circulation. Again, Antje and others have talked about that hyper-connected ocean space. We integrated the physics, the monitoring, and the ecology at the foundation of these research projects, which I think has taken us to where we need to be. So between 2016 and 2020, Atlas looked at the North Atlantic. There's some information downstairs on Atlas, and please come find me in the margins to learn more. Between 2019 and finishing just a few months ago, we ran an all-Atlantic research project looking at Atlantic ecosystems across space and time. There's a few interesting takeaways from iAtlantic. And how did we tackle that enormous problem of assessing ecosystem status? Well, we looked at all of the priorities around there and then deliberately embedded the important bit, the people, the capacity building, and the policy aspects in the center of everything that we did. So these are not silos by any means. The people are embedded across everything that we did. And the approach, in essence, was to look at areas of the Atlantic Ocean where maybe there's existing data or data we could extract from industry. So nearly a third of all our mapping data, multi-beam mapping data, came from industry, particularly from the offshore energy industry off Brazil in the South Atlantic. Over 200,000 square kilometers of multi-beam mapping data brought into public repositories during iAtlantic. So by using existing data, we could ask questions at scale that we couldn't ask with research cruises alone. For instance, we were able to follow the rapid effects of tropicalization in marine ecosystems. Think of the movement of fish species to polar latitudes because the waters are warming so far in the tropics. The tropical species are spreading into colder waters. We particularly saw this off Brazil, where that work is now feeding into an understanding of food security directly relevant to the coastal communities off Brazil. We equally saw it off Iceland. It's great that Iceland has joined this alliance. In Atlas, we modeled this and predicted a movement of fish, which we then saw in Atlantic. We actually saw it in the fishery statistics coming through. Wonderful to have those two research projects back to back over a 10-year cycle so we could actually pick up on some of those trends. I'd like to give an example super quickly of how local knowledge feeds in a concrete and meaningful way. We partner with local communities in a number of ways. Particularly, I'll give an example from the Sargasso Sea, where we work with citizen scientists who've been photographing the flukes, the whale, the tail fins of humpback whales for about 15 to 20 years. Single heroes doing that work, but without the statistical experience to analyze those data. So working with Atlantic statisticians, we've reconstructed, using mark recapture stats, the population recovery of those whales. We took that scientist, he is a scientist actually, we took him with us to a workshop in Mexico where he presented those results alongside Atlantic scientists. That work is now resulting in the areas around Bermuda being an important marine mammal area through IUCN. That was all in the context of that one project. So we need concrete examples of local and indigenous knowledge and how we actually can make that happen. I'll finish with one final thing on the policy aspect, because I think it's so important and it's only been mentioned a couple of times in our discussions today, and that's the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction negotiation. There'll be a follow. I take the advantage of having the platform, Peter, very briefly to say there's another symposium that will look at the overarching treaty in Singapore next year. Please see me if you're interested in that or side events associated with that meeting. So at the heart of it, capacity building, policy, people, and relating it to the coast is really at the center of everything we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you all for being so efficient and effective in communicating so much in a brief but succinct manner. I'm moving on now in the panel of the pleasure of having introduced you to three people I've soldiered with for a number of years, now to three people who are new to me to share a panel with, and it's my delight to have that. The first, Ivan Federico, shares a name of my father, a brother, and a grandson. So he's going to be good. Roll of prediction for enhanced coastal resilience for communities. Ivan.
Thank you for the introduction. Now it's very complex to talk after that. I know that Ivan is so important for you. Okay, so here I'm Ivan Federico, okay, from CMCC. CMCC is a foundation based in Italy. This extended name is the Euro-Mediterranean Center on Climate Change. Of course, we deal mainly with the climate change environment and the interaction with the environment, with the society, with the community, and with the economy. And basically, our division work mainly on the side related to the ocean and the coastal ocean. So in this presentation, of course, we are quite new in this contest of Aoria, and we try to give our contribution related to our experience, which are mainly based in Mediterranean Sea, but we try to enhance also to show what could be the approach related to the relocability of this solution or type of application that we have. So next slide. I don't know if I have to move in some way. Okay, I am. Okay, this one is the slide. Okay. Basically, what we try to explain in this slide is our approach related to three main keywords: the role, the importance of the coastal prediction, the prediction of the ocean, forecasting and prediction, especially for what concerns the coastal ocean, which is the part of the ocean that interact with the land, and is the part of the ocean where the interaction make our sense closer to the community. And we do this both for what concerns the short-term prediction and also the climate projection. And this forecasting and prediction is also used then to try to enhance the coastal resilience. And to enhance the coastal resilience, we have the possibility also to include some solutions that we are trying to have using kind of digital twins applications. In particular, what is for now a digital for our digital twin application is a digital representation of the reality that we try to have using both models and observation. And in particular, to advance with the digital twin application, we try to augment the realism of our application using multi-components for what concerns the physics. So we have a multi-physics that is oriented mainly to the coast and to the near-shore application. We include, as I mentioned, the real-time short-term forecasting and hindcast. We try to advance with the digital twins, including also observation and modeling data fusion. We include in our approach also element of artificial intelligence, and of course a real digital twin should move to have end user usability. Should be easy to have an application that any user can adopt, and with the capacity also to produce eventually some what-if scenarios. And this what-if scenario, of course, should enhance the coastal resilience. And another topic of our coastal digital twin is the capacity of relocability. Here we report a framework, a puzzle of the different multi-physics components that we have in a digital twin, which are the components related to waves, circulation, the inclusion of seagrass vegetation in our modeling capabilities, the inclusion also of sediment transport model and capabilities to produce also scenario related to the flooding. And of course, multi-physics means also multi-hazard and multi-drivers that you can try to tackle. And in particular, we show some case of application that we have done in different hotspots related to the different kind of hazard. For instance, coastal storm surge application. We have done coastal storm surge application in European seas, but also in extra-European seas. For instance, we report here an application that we have done in Georgia coast, in Georgia and South Carolina coast, where we use our model capability together with the sea level sensor that has been installed by the community to produce forecasting to tackle the extreme event like storm surge, total water level induced by hurricane. And in particular, here we have some comparison with the observing data. Then we talk in this day a lot about the usage of the digital twins for what concerns the part of the nature-based solution. Here we have application of nature-based solution assessment in terms of effectiveness related to the different type of shape of seagrass that could be used and arranged in our numerical capabilities, so to see the effect of the wave damping induced by the seagrass on the sea. And also we have capability related to the flooding modeling, and in this case we can produce what-if scenarios for the case of inundation, where we use both possibility to include in our digital twin the realism of the natural dunes or the realism of marshlands that has the capability to take into account the
water and to reduce the peak during the extreme events. And the other key element in our coastal digital twin that we have is the inclusion of a capability to model the sediment transport and, for instance, the production of what-if scenario in different area where we can also, related to human intervention, we can see what are the difference in terms of erosion patterns. Of course, this type of approach that we developed for this type of application can be relocated in different sites of the world ocean. And yesterday, Mayor O'Donovan introduced our Coast Predict initiative related to the global coast with the different pilots in other region in all the region of the world ocean, and in the future, of course, the collaboration related to the different pilots adopting similar strategy could advance, let's say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivan. A really exciting arena of work, which I'm sure we'll have plenty of questions on. Our next presenter from Brazil, a country with a not very small coastline. Leonardo Pedron is going to speak on the topic of coastal resilience in action in Brazil.
Hello, everyone. So it's a great honor to be here. I would like to first thank for the Canadian for all this amazing organization. The welcome to everyone. And Peter, as you were saying, when I was invited to talk here and to bring up about the experience and activities in Brazil, specifically in the coastal resilience, I needed to bring the specifications, the scenario in Brazil about our coast. In the background image at the slide, you see that huge coast that Brazil has. So it's the challenge for us to deal with that. And regarding the area of Action 1, that's the connection, the nexus between ocean and climate change, and the impact of the necessary means activities that we need to do to protect our coastals and make them more resilient. That's the area action of 1, the Aoria. So we have more than 8,500 kilometers, and we have more than 400 cities in the coastal zone. When I talk about people in Brazil, we have 26% of our population living in the coastal area. That's about 55 million people. When we enlarge that, not to the coast, but 200 kilometers to the countryside, we talk more than almost half of population in Brazil. It's 45%, so it's quite a challenge for us. So to bring specifically that what we do, and regarding the coast, we have in the northeast and north of the Brazil, 60 to 65% of the coastal area have been already suffering from the erosion process. So it's not facing the damage from the climate change, but how we're going to mitigate and proceed to change of that. We have a state called Piauí that we have more than 5 meters of erosion through the country. So it's quite difficult to lead the change to that and talk to the local communities and make them understand how we're going to make a change from the process that they already have been suffering, and how we're going to start together to build the process to remodel that. Basically, I thought to bring here 3 main activities that have been conducting, not only by the Ministry of Science and Technology, who I'm here to talk about, but as a government, we need to talk to several ministries, to the communities, to the civil organization, civilized organization, citizens at all, to bring. So this is 3 examples that connects to ask how we're going to build this together, how we're going to co-design, how we're going to co-create that. And not only to implement, but to go along with the process to make a difference and have some results. One of them is Ciência no Mar. It's a program led by the Ministry of Science and Technology, specifically in my department, that we need to understand better, to program that includes all research initiatives to development, science-based solutions, so to understand better the ocean-climate connections, to better understand with the social researchers how we can connect with the local communities and how we can co-design. One example of that is like when we are talking about the northeast of the country, we have large areas with mangroves that represents 8.5% all of the global blue carbon stock takes that's here in Brazil. That's an area how we can talk with local communities to preserve that, to enlarge the areas, to regenerate the areas that have been degraded, and how this could bring more economic gains to the community, so they understand that they will not be affected, only with change, but how we can together make that. It's just one example of this program. The second one is the National Climate Change Adaptation Plan. That's one plan that have already been built in the 2013, 2014, and unfortunately with the last government in Brazil, it was not possible to continue it, but with President Lula, we put back on track again. But different from the other times, that's why I bring this example here. It's a participatory manner of updating that. We start to building this plan in 2023, and only in August this year we stopped all the collaborations that we need. We have more than 20,000 inputs from society, academy, other local governments, and the regional governments. So how are we going to use this plan to actually build a difference with regard to climate change? So now we're in the process to receive all these inputs and to give an answer. So connecting to yesterday when we were talking about, and today as well, we are working about how we co-design. It's not that simple, because when you open to the community, tell me what you need, tell me how you're going to do that. We need, as government, to answer all that. So how are we going to put all this together? And if not only all the things will go along with that, we need to answer properly. We cannot do. We can build together. But how are we going to say to the people that have been affected by climate change that some inputs that they have, we won't go forward? That's why ocean literacy goes along with that. To tell people to understand their connections to the oceans and how we're going to build together, how this answer is not the one specifically that can bring results, and how we can build together to educate people, to bring them onto the table to decide as well. Another example that happened to the last months regarding the results from the Aoria Action One decided in the last forum. It's a program regarding the resilience of the cities in Brazil with regard to the ocean, the climate change. That's called Cidades Verdes Resilientes. That in translate to the English will be Green Cities Resilience. That it's totally blue, but it's called green. But as how we're gonna, one important thing that this program, that is a policy, is the decree, presidential decree puts on track, that how we're gonna build parameters to guide sustainability and resilience urban environment. Because we always talk about coastal resilience, but how in this huge size of the Brazilian coast, we're gonna have some parameters, science-based, science-driven parameters to decide what is the best for each city, considering the diversity in Brazil. So it's a lot of work to understand that, but to put that on track. So maybe when we're saying, I know that my 5 minutes has already been done, but it's just to bring examples that all of these three programs, it's open to the community, it's for co-design, it's for co-implementation. I think that's what ocean literacy is taught and has been done as our ministry to understand all the necessities of the communities and how they can talk, we can listen and co-design together. So thank you so much.
Science and action at scale. Now, our final presentation is online. Goodwill Namo, I can see, is with us from the University of South Africa, and he will be talking about science solutions for coastal resilience, living labs and their potential. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Maybe somebody confirm if I'm being heard loud and clear.
Yes, we were hearing you perfectly.
Okay. Thank you. Are you going to view my presentation or should I share from here?
It will stream. You please keep talking as you feel comfortable. They will get it in the room for us here.
No, that's fine. Perfect. No, thank you so much. I will definitely just be quick and up to the point. I'm Professor Goodwill Namo from the University of South Africa. And what is of interest with University of South Africa is that we have got 5 coastal campuses throughout the country. And we are also very young in this space with our Vice Chancellor having proclaimed 10 catalytic niche areas, including the marine and coastal studies focus. So this is actually where we are coming in as a team. So what has happened early in the year, this year, and also as part of our Restore Our Coast, one of the UN endorsed, Ocean Decade endorsed the program, we have managed to approach one coastal metropolitan municipality. We've got 8 such metropolitan municipalities in South Africa. And this metropolitan municipality is Buffalo City. And for now, it's located in the Indian Ocean. So it's a coastal metropolitan in the Indian Ocean. And we are hoping that what we are setting up there is going to be of value across the all Atlantic area region and also other coastal cities within our broader global focus area of the All Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Association. So we have decided in line with the co-creation and co-production of the research agenda, we have decided on a project of interest to all the stakeholders that were part of this co-creation of the research agenda. We spent about 5 days in the metro trying to consult and also running workshops. So the project we have set is basically a net zero wastewater, a net zero emissions and climate resilient wastewater treatment plant, which we are setting up as a living lab. And this living lab has got 6 major elements when fully functional. One of them is full automation of selected wastewater treatment plant, or WEX. What is of interest as well is the metro has got 15 wastewater treatment plants. And as a coastal city, some of the treatment plants, they empty into the ocean, the effluent. This is not an odd event, and across the world, you know, a lot of coastal cities, they empty their effluent into the ocean. And we are also looking forward to installing alternative energies, for example, solar, mini hydro, and biogas when feasibility studies allow us to do that. But definitely for solar, we don't need, there's no limitation because the region is well, it has got enough solar that is needed to produce solar energy. We are also going to be looking at effluent recycling for either industrial purposes or domestic use, which is one of the areas that is a challenge here in South Africa in terms of water scarcity. South Africa generally is a water scarce region. And we speak here in terms of the language of day zero, where we anticipate that at some point taps can run dry in these cities. And I think with the movement of population towards the cities, then this becomes a very interesting project in terms of climate adaptation and resilience building for coastal communities. Then we're also looking at climate risk and vulnerability assessment, which will lead maybe to building climate resilient systems, including drawing baselines for loss and damage. Now, the reason why we would want to include this element in this living lab is when there is a disaster in the country and our National Disaster Management Center is called upon to assist, they need actually baselines in terms of how the infrastructure was like before and after the disasters, almost like this issue around attribution, climate change attribution. And we're hoping that maybe through this project, we may not only develop baselines for this selected wastewater treatment plant, but also even across the other wastewater treatment plants within the metropolitan. We are looking also strongly at harmonization of scientific, traditional, and local indigenous knowledge and other forms of systems and knowing. Now, the reason why we are talking about traditional and local knowledge, indigenous knowledge, is that in our study, we actually put one riverine port, which is actually located at the Buffalo River, one major river that empties into the Indian Ocean. So there are also other activities that are taking place: fisheries, ports, export ports. We actually, by the way, there is a Mercedes-Benz terminal, because there is a Mercedes-Benz manufacturing plant located there in East London, which is the one of the major cities in Buffalo City. Then the last element there is going to be investigating potential for carbon credits and trading. So we are saying that these 6 major elements are of interest to us in terms of setting up this living lab. And what is interesting for us as researchers and also as the University of South Africa is that the municipality is fully on board, and we are developing this particular proposal for potential bankable project. We are actually throwing documents backwards and forth with the municipality officials, engineers, and also the research team across from UNISA and other universities that are going to be part of this initiative. So in a nutshell, this is where we are. And the main challenge, of course, would need significant amounts of funding to initiate some or all of the research sub-components and real-life solutions-oriented sub-project that we have sitting in this particular issue. Then I want to just end up by an appeal to say, as new kids on the block, we are also busy setting up research chairs that we are hoping will find partners that are interested in either part funding or collaborative research work as we move forward. So this our research chairs, namely, are one on net zero and the global just transitions. We've got a chair that we are setting on women and youth in maritime. We've got a chair that we are setting that is going to look at coastal resilience, access, and livelihoods. We've got a chair that we are setting that is looking at ocean, marine, and coastal governance. And of course, lastly, we've got a chair that are going to be looking at climate-induced loss and damage. So this basically is where we are planning to go. And of course, in terms of documentations, we are ready to go. We are looking for partners, and we are open for business. I want then to sign off by just reflecting on the last session. I had raised my hand on the platform, but I could not be seen. So in terms of just casting back to the last plenary, from the colleague was presenting from the US, the issue that I wanted to raise, not a question, but just as a comment, is how are we going to bring into the civilian space a lot of innovation that is in the military in terms of ocean observation, in terms of building early warning systems, coastal resilience. And I think this is a comment I'm leaving to the broader All-Atlantic Ocean Research Innovation Alliance to say, we really need to think seriously about how do we bring the innovation that is in the military that we can use for ocean observation and that we can use to change lives, maybe rather than going to war. Thank you so much, and over.
Thank you so much. And also with our thanks to the excellent AV team, who are all silent, almost invisible, but keeping this thing moving so smoothly. Okay, we were robbed of about 20 minutes at the start, and I'm a son of a cattle dealer, and I don't give away time that easy, but I realize I'm keeping you away from coffee, so we'll compromise on about 10 minutes. Is that okay? 5, 10, 15? Okay. Who's up first? Question quick. Nice and sweet. Anybody jumping in? Young McLean.
Well, thanks for the presentations from all. If we look at the problems that we're trying to solve, I'll go back to a quote that somebody offered at the very beginning of the UN decade planning, and then also at the Aoria and Galway planning. How much more science do we need versus the policies that need to change? We're talking about coastal resilience. We're talking about a lot of examples of where there are successes in coastal resilience. Have we penetrated the policy barrier of policymakers who aren't scientists? Are we getting through? And I would just enjoy some reflective remarks as to the successes. I think it's a success. I'm looking forward to hearing what you're experiencing. Thank you.
Murray, you jump in on that.
So I'll jump in very quickly and say, who remembers Donald Rumsfeld? I'm feeling old by remembering Donald Rumsfeld, who talked about known knowns and known unknowns and unknown unknowns, right? And this is really important in the ocean. Yes, we know a lot, but there's a lot we don't know. And there's an example I'll give which iAtlantic is somewhat related to, because one of the academics led the work and used techniques in iAtlantic that he developed in the Pacific to record the first ever presence of dark oxygen production in the abyssal ocean. Now, I don't know around the room if people think this is maybe something a bit kooky, a bit odd, a bit weird, maybe it's questionable, but I think there's something behind that, and I think there's a new field that's opened up in marine electrochemistry that will explore. What's happening, it seems, is that abyssal manganese nodules are somehow splitting water to produce free oxygen and hydrogen, and that oxygen is gently perfusing into the system. Back of the envelope calculations suggest it's very significant, but no one's prepared to put their hand on heart and talk much about that yet. We didn't know about that. Obvious implications for deep sea mining. We didn't know about it, yet that's a vast area of our planet. So yes, we need to keep the science going, and I think there's a lot more to be explored in the ocean than we can possibly ever imagine.
Stefan, I think I saw you looking like you were going to...
Yeah, I think one of the implicit assumptions in your statement, and one that we often hear like that is, or I often hear like that, is that it's some sort of linear process, like how much science do we need before we can act? And in reality, actually, it's an iterative process, isn't it? That's continually developing. And this is something, we had this conversation last night with Martin Zimmer, who gave a presentation yesterday on coastal development, ecosystems development, because with all the human activity that's out there and our understanding, we're also changing the environment. We need to understand that. We need to reflect on it. When we're building new infrastructures, we need to reflect on what we know from past experiences, on so on and so forth. So it's an iterative process, right? And I think that's where this idea of living labs comes in. Not that there's some sort of, spaces for, outside scientists to observe, but I think we as the scientific community need to be in there front and center with both feet, doing excellent science and making it count at the same time. And certainly also, the exploratory aspect of that in the deep sea is also part of that.
Yeah, and one of a lifetime of experience of working with governments and politicians is the opportunity afforded by being seen to apply science to the benefit of societies where the land meets the ocean in the coast, where most human interaction is. It's just an incredible platform of opportunity to demonstrate benefits, and this community has a huge role to play in that arena. Any other questions? Paul.
I want to follow up on Craig's comment and make a suggestion that there's a double issue here. One is that policymakers ask us where we ought to prioritize our efforts on conservation efforts, and where exactly should we put those efforts. And as scientists, we're reticent to say where exactly to do that because we have some uncertainty. So there's a science issue of gaps. But part of our reticence is if we get it wrong, a lot of the policy that exists isn't very nimble in adjusting to go to the areas we discover in 20 years' time, have been a better choice. So I suggest, and I'll throw this to the panel, that there is both a science and a policy challenge there to address. Thanks.
Okay. Science and policy challenge? Day-to-day world?
Maybe I start with offering a thought that I think from the policy maker perspective, but is also always very difficult, is that when you start to act upon certain science challenges that are brought to your attention, what you realize is everything is connected, and you have to really adapt the systems thinking that you can only do together with scientists.
And that, I may add, poses the huge challenge to all policy-making governments, is that everything is interconnected. So vertical silos are not designed fit for purpose. So to address an integrated system, I posit the view, one needs integrated policy-making mechanisms of government and stakeholders to get to the solution. Murray.
Yeah, and I'd like to kind of follow up on Peter's logic there with a concrete example that's from the Atlantic that relates between the science policy interface. So to give a quick summary, I mentioned BBNJ. I didn't quite put in context why BBNJ is so important. It's not every day that UNCLOS gets revised, that something like this happens. The science to inform the development of that agreement is going to be absolutely vital. In the Atlantic, we have a number of bodies that can create area-based management tools. OSPAR is a really good example, and OSPAR has a number of protected areas, including areas beyond any nation's jurisdiction, such as the North Atlantic Current, Evenhoff Seamount Marine Protected Area, put forward for what? Initially for seabirds. It's a very important seabird foraging area. Well, why are the seabirds there? Because it's so productive. But it was only designated for one feature of the ecosystem until other scientists came together and worked around, for instance, through iAtlantic and other initiatives to look at the water column, the coupling of the water column to the sea floor. Now that entire system is brought together, Peter, just as you're saying, integrating across the sciences. And I think we need to see a lot more of that way of thinking moving forward. And it's something I'm really excited about in terms of Aoria and the Atlantic, because we can try these things here in this basin that we might struggle to do in other basins, other ocean basins.
One last comment from the panel?
I think that I turn off on. Well, just to, it's always important to have policymakers together with the science. It's now we're always working the best way. I can't talk about my self-experience because I deal all of days with science, with the scientific priorities, but unfortunately all the decisions are not making specifically by me, so we need to convince all people, but I think we're in the process that are really understanding the importance of that and how the world is changing so fast that even the science has its own difficulties to understand that. So it's work together, but it's hard, but we all know that. And one example that I would say in Brazil recently happens that represents work together between science and policymakers, that the recent election of Letícia Carvalho to the Seabed Authority, that's excellent scientists in Brazil, that's now leading the Seabed Authority. So I think that all of that connects. So it's one good example. Let's see the work that will come from that.
Thank you very much. And on all your behalf, I want to compliment. I see one question. No? Question, yes. Very short, quick.
May I just
Ivan, sorry.
Another comment related to this concept of interaction between science and policymaker. Of course, an important thing is to persuade, to convince the policymaker is also to have solutions that are effective in short term. Maybe there are some kind of applications, extreme events, storm surge, that require action in short term. So this one is really important for to see how we can advance and we can convince them. And of course, we have to be fair also related to the point that was mentioned related to the uncertainties, because our science is based on uncertainties, and we have to convince also that we have this range of probability that we can fail, and also the science is advancing with the ensemble forecasting, with this type of approach that reduce the uncertainties. So we have to take into account this one when we talk with the policymakers, I mean.
And that's where your great work and colleagues on observation and forecasting into digital tools will help us for the future. I give the floor to the final question.
Thank you.
Yes.
So basically,
Can I just come in?
Yes, please, very briefly, or I'll be thrown out by the Canadian authorities.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to maybe contribute and comment on the policy science interface. What maybe we may need to do is to build a strong arm in terms of science communication, which has been lacking in many instances. So I think the science policy communication is needed. Secondly, I think as we continue to co-create research agendas, it is also very interesting for us then to build a critical mass in the technocrats, because we know the politicians come and go, and at times the research agenda can be dead, like what was the example that was coming from Brazil. So we really want to encourage then our bloc to emphasize a lot in terms of integrating the bureaucrats in the work that we are doing, because these are the people that are on the core face in terms of interpreting and also implementing government policy. Thank you, and over.
Thank you so much for that. And now I give final offer to the floor.
So basically, I can short up my question just saying open data and open science, if it's integrated in your different programs, and a little bit of, I think it's good that we all want more science, but we for sure don't want to duplicate science, and we want to make the results of our science last in time, and raw data might have a very short lifespan, but having managed, standardized, and openly accessible data helps make sure that this science has a longevity, and it can also help having social acceptance for the community and the public, that this science is well funded, because in the end the data will be still reusable. So I wanted to hear a little bit about your different programs if
Okay,
they have.
brilliant. I will leave that as the closing comment. I want to thank the excellent panel, our contributors online, our technical backup team, and I hand the floor back to my very patient colleague.
All right, thank you so much. This was an engaging session. So we'll take a short health break and reconvene at 4:15. There's coffee and some refreshments. Assistant Administrator of NOAA's Office of Oceanic and Atmospheric Research of the USA.
Thank you very much. Could I ask our panelists to join me on the stage? And I will share that I have found a phone on the podium that is not mine. All right. There you go. Well, thank you very much for coming back. I know it's late in the day. We are here to talk about the second area of action, the one focused on ocean observations and modeling. And what we're very good at as either scientists or recovering scientists is talking about what we do and how we do it. And the panel is going to speak at length about those two issues. I'm going to answer a different question at the start, which is why we do what we do. And I think this is often the most important question and the one that is overlooked and skipped past. We have selected as the Aoria High-Level Board ocean observations and modeling for a number of reasons. One of those is very specifically, do I have the slides by chance? Yes. Ooh, no, go back there. I want to speak to why. So my home country, in the last 2 hours, 2 p.m. today, began experiencing hurricane-force winds along the west coast of Florida. It will make landfall tonight between midnight and 2 a.m. This is an answer to why ocean observations and modeling, and I'll come back to that at the beginning of my remarks. So last Wednesday, our hurricane models indicated that a very disorganized system of storms in the Bay of Campeche was likely to form into a tropical cyclone. And by Thursday, our models indicated that it would form a hurricane moving almost due east across the Gulf of Mexico, picking up energy from the very warm waters of the Gulf and hit the west coast of Florida. This is an image from 5 a.m. this morning that has since been updated. Ocean observations and the advancements we've made in the last decade on modeling is why we were able to forecast 7 days in advance that there was likely to be a storm. We put out the first advisory Saturday morning. Our models do not indicate that under a changing climate scenario, we're going to see an increase in frequency in tropical Atlantic cyclones. What they do indicate is that the intensity of those storms will be greater. What that means is lower pressure, higher maximum sustained winds, and greater moisture in the atmosphere. That's the physics. What does that mean for humans? What is going to happen tonight? The storm surge pushed ahead of this storm will be between 3 and 4 meters above high tide. We are expecting between 6 and 12 inches of rain with local peaks of 18 inches. And we're expecting hurricane-force winds to extend across the peninsula of Florida. When it emerges on the Atlantic coast, it will still be a hurricane and will re-strengthen. 2 weeks ago, we saw Hurricane Helene come ashore and cause massive damage, over 230 lives lost. And according to reinsurance estimates produced just in the last 10 days, that storm will have caused up to $47 billion worth of damage in the United States. Milton was either, depending on how you calculate it, the second or third most rapid intensification from a tropical storm to a Category 5 hurricane on record. In 24 hours, maximum sustained winds increased by 85 miles an hour. Since 2017, the United States has had 8 Category 4 or 5 storms make landfall in the United States. 8 storms in 8 years. The previous 57 years saw 8 landfalling Category 4 or 5 storms. So we are now experiencing a storm of this magnitude making landfall in the United States at once every year, compared to a moderate historical average of a half century of once every 7 years. This is a hallmark of our changing climate. The storm is forecast to come ashore just south of Tampa Bay. That is a region of 3.2 million people. In the path of the storm across the peninsula, over 6 million people live there. We are talking about extensive loss of life tonight. There will be billions of dollars of property damage. This is why ocean observations and modeling matter. So I've covered the very sobering reality of what is happening in my country today as I speak. I also want to talk about hope. Without ocean observations and the advancements in modeling, we would not have been able to forewarn and predict this storm so far in advance. Hospitals and nursing homes have had their patients transferred to evacuation situations. We have had hundreds of thousands of individuals have voluntarily and under mandatory evacuations moved inland. We have pre-positioned folks to restore power. This is the benefit of Earth observations, specifically ocean observations and modeling. This is why it matters. This is one scenario for the United States. We forecast tropical storm warnings for Cuba and hurricane warnings for the Yucatan Peninsula. In this instance, we do that throughout the Caribbean for our partners there as well. This is just one example of why Aoria can, through partnership, make a difference with enhancements to ocean observations and modeling. So that's what's happening. That's what's on my mind. This session is about how we can go forward through this partnership in this focal area. Following the Cape Town meeting where this was selected, we hosted a workshop in August to identify the priorities within the ocean observation and modeling area. 45 participants in person convened in Washington, D.C. from 12 different countries plus the European Union. They worked for over 4 days to address these 3 items. There was a stocktake done, and that will be announced very soon. There was a gap analysis that fed into a priority setting exercise. After those 4 days, a subset of the participants, 21 individuals representing 9 of the 11 partners of Aoria, stayed for a 5th day to go through the development of a work plan. That work plan is before the high-level board. We have narrowed it to 3 topical areas: ocean productivity, including fisheries, AMOC, and land, coast, and ocean interactions. And the panelists here today will go into much depth on each of these 3. Within each of these 2 areas, we have identified 2 actions, and that was to recognize we have limited time and resources available for us to work on over the next 6 months. It is our hope that at the end of the forum tomorrow, we will have endorsement from the high-level board for this work plan, and then we will be able to begin these efforts. Not to limit themselves to just 3 priority areas, those that were participating in the workshop also came up with a half dozen cross-cutting gaps. And I believe these are very similar to some of those we heard from the last panel focusing on the ocean climate nexus with a particular emphasis on coastal resilience. For us to be successful as an alliance, we'll have to address these 6 items in concert with our 2 focal areas. All right, so now that I have what is on my mind out of the way, now that I have prepped you for what is proposed in the work plan, I want to turn the stage to our panelists. We have several experts from Aoria to speak to this, and I wish to remind them to do so in 10 minutes or less. Starting off will be Håvard G. Frøysa, a researcher at the Norwegian Institute of Marine Research. He has worked on various aspects of dispersion modeling, and he will be discussing ocean productivity, including an emphasis on fisheries. The stage is yours.
Thank you. It's great to be here. This is my first time engaging in the Aoria community. And it's kind of interesting. I was not part of this workshop that was referred to, so I got the draft plan, and I'm giving an introduction to this first topic about ocean productivity and fisheries. So if I could have my slides, that would be great. As I was not part of this work originally, I was looking for an illustration of this topic, and I asked the AI, and I got this picture. So this is the illustration of my topic, and I showed this to a colleague of mine, and his first response was that this is a very busy ocean. So I don't know if we're able to achieve this kind of productivity, both in biologically and in research. But this is a fun illustration. So productivity, most of you here are professionals, know this well. But we're talking about all the way from primary production, undergoing photosynthesis, and all the way up to fisheries and so there are several aspects here. Of course, we monitor the productivity, and then the upper parts of the food chain we also try to manage and harvest. If you look at the productivity across the globe, or specifically the Atlantic, it's not equally localized. It varies across the ocean due to different conditions. So we have some high productivity areas and some lower productivity areas. And the reasons why some areas are more productive varies. So we have these high latitude areas where I myself work and live, where we have a spring bloom that has a very high productivity for a limited time frame. And then we have other kinds of systems like upwelling zones where the productivity follow different processes and principles. And this high primary production, of course, sustain fisheries and give us resources that we could harvest. So that's one thing to bear in mind, that studying productivity involves different processes, different regimes in different kinds of places in the Atlantic. So this is from the draft work plan, why this was chosen as a topic. And ocean productivity underpins planetary health and supports many critical marine goods and services, food security, biodiversity, and carbon segregation, all of which are vital to human well-being and are especially at risk in our changing world. So that's a good motivation for this topic, why this was chosen as one of these focus areas. And I looked, did an academic search to see activity in this field. There are a lot of papers on this. I didn't put this search string in quotation marks. Maybe that would limit it a bit. But there's a lot of ongoing activity here. So it's a very productive field academically. But of course, this workshop was still able to identify some gaps. And these are the actions that were chosen from this workshop. So action 1 and 2 are the scientific main actions, and then we have this secondary third action of outreach. So both these actions relate to identify common needs and opportunities. So the first one being the opportunities for observing and modeling for ocean productivity between lower and higher trophic levels. And this second one is related to the deep sea and new activities and linkages there. And there will be an expert group working on this. So yeah, since I'm not part of this committee, I don't know the exact status of this expert group, but there will be a group working on this. And there was also identified which resources are needed to perform these tasks. And if you look at these two primary actions, it's mostly related to funding to host meetings and bring people together to work on this. And then there are a lot of ideas for the outreach part. So by that, I think I'll close with some thoughts. So I think what your motivation for the research is depends on how you should do your research or what you're looking for. So are we trying to understand the underlying processes of the production, or are we trying to maximize the harvest? That was discussed also this morning, a maximum sustainable harvest. So we should acknowledge the different regions, different local processes going on. And there is a quickly evolving new topics coming with deep sea activities, higher latitudes being available due to climate change, and so on. And of course, you have also the technological advancement with AI, especially suitable for large analysis of large data sets, which you could get from this, like satellite images and so on. And I think if you want to model some of these processes, it's long-term processes that need consistent data series. So you need infrastructure with long-term funding to make good, high-quality data. And being a modeler, I also would advocate for making targeted observations based on modeling. I think that's a topic that will be even more utilized in the future. And yeah, we need all people on board for this. So I'll close with another picture. This is the future of research on ocean productivity. Thank you.
Novard, thank you both for doing an admirable job speaking about the outcomes for a workshop that you were not at, but also for sharing the two AI-generated images. In particular, the first one struck me, if we could only have that level of productivity, both biologically and for the ocean industries that were depicted there, that would be an amazing, amazing thing. Our second speaker will be Anne-Christine Zink-Ann, who is a program manager at NOAA's Global Ocean Monitoring and Observing Program and is with University Corporation for Atmospheric Research. She advances co-design of Atlantic Ocean Observing Implementation. She is a member of the Goose Observation Coordination Group and co-chair of the UN Decade Program Ocean Observing Co-Design Group. Anne will be speaking about AMOC.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to quickly acknowledge that I will definitely stand on my 10 minutes because I realize that I'm standing between you and the end of the day. But I'm really excited to be here. I was privileged enough that I was able to attend the workshop in DC as I live there. It's a fairly short commute for me. I was not able to attend the last day, but I'm here to talk about the area AMOC. And I briefly want to mention that when I'm talking about AMOC, I'm talking about both the North and the South. That is something that was brought up a lot during the workshop, making that clear that we're not just focusing on the North, but we really want to be inclusive and thinking about AMOC as an entire Atlantic process. As there's a lot of different people here with not maybe an AMOC background, I thought I'd start out with introducing what AMOC is specifically. So one, AMOC stands for Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, and it's an ocean current system that is one of the major features of the climate system and reaching from the ocean surface to the abyss and all the way from the Arctic to the Antarctic. AMOC actively moves and exchanges with the atmosphere vast amounts of heat, water, and carbon, and is the primary influence for global weather, climate, and marine ecosystems. It carries warm water northward in about the first kilometer of the Atlantic Ocean and does a giant planet-sized loop, and then brings cold water flowing southward in the deeper layers of the ocean. And research has shown that it's not just a simple, never-ending global loop, but actually a quite complex system that I will not go into detail. I just wanted to briefly make that point. And the ocean circulation system is driven by regional differences in heat, salt, wind, and ocean mixing. And I just wanted to give you a very brief introduction and just a quick overview of all the influencing areas that AMOC has an impact on. And just on this brief slide are some of the key patterns, both in weather and climate, that AMOC really influences, going from the Arctic and influencing ice sheets in Greenland, to upwelling system off the coast of South Africa, to rain patterns and rainfall patterns both in South America, Europe, and Africa, and influencing the monsoon season in the Indian Ocean. So if we're looking at a weakening or potentially the collapse of the AMOC, we would have strong effects on not only less rainfall in, for example, the Sahel region of Africa, but also sea level rise in the US East Coast, hotter summers in the UK, and more intense hurricanes, which we're already experiencing. So with the existing AMOC observations, we're beginning to detect decadal signals that are of interest for climate-relevant questions. And some networks detect about a weakening of 5 to 10% of a decline per decade in AMOC. But it's not a consistent trend that we're picking up throughout all the different latitudes. And AMOC is very likely to weaken throughout the 21st century, causing potential disruptive changes to seasonal weather and climate regimes, as well as changes in marine ecosystems and sea level. But the magnitude and the timing of such future weakening is very uncertain, and predictions of AMOC variability are inconsistent across models, limiting current use of this information to do climate risk mitigation and adaptation plans. And observations are highly critical to improve these model predictions and identify critical errors, understand AMOC, and we need longer observational records to detect these trends and changes and then make adjustments to that. So how can Aoria support AMOC programs? First, I wanted to highlight that there are a variety of observational programs already in place, including OSNAP, RAPID, MOVE, TRACOS, SAMBA, and SAGA, and all the acronyms are down at the bottom. I will not go into detail of that. And they're all directly measuring transport variability and water properties already, but we do need greater support. Not only are these arrays funded by limited budgets, although we are very thankful to our funders, we do need sustained observations and sustained funding for these key systems that are critical in understanding this. We also need greater support for data sharing and integration into analysis to provide Atlantic Basin view of AMOC and AMOC impacts. And in order for nations to adapt and mitigate these very major effects to AMOC, we need to much higher confidence in projections and impacts. So during the Washington, D.C. workshop for observations and modeling, we determined that AMOC should be one of the key priority areas that we want to bring forward to this forum for endorsement. And in particular, these two critical areas. One, identifying a common plan for AMOC-related observations and modeling to harmonize next steps, including the linkages to the Southern Ocean and the Arctic, and two, identifying gaps offline, and then meet to develop a plan for observations and modeling to examine the interactions between these different components that AMOC is critically driving. And I also want to mention that there's a very vast expert groups already established within the AMOC community. There was just a targeted workshop that was really focusing on modeling and prediction errors for AMOC. So there's a couple of conversations already going on that we can kind of harvest. So for next step, over the next 6 months, we're hoping that we can convene an expert group that is led by Atlantos, which we will hear about in a minute, to identify existing efforts related to these activities. I mentioned a few of them. Also identify additional organizations and groups and individuals that we need to bring in to do this all in a co-designed fashion and not replicate any of the efforts that have already been done. Identify future outputs and a timeline, and then specific research needs that we can put forward. And I also want to briefly mention that we have a poster downstairs that talks in specific to the social and economic impacts of the changes in AMOC. And that's all I had for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And what I was particularly struck by was the map that you showed focusing on the Atlantic Basin with 13 regional circles, conveying not only the ecological impacts of potential changes in AMOC, but the societal challenges that will be wrought because of those changes. And I think that gets to part of what drives me, which is the question of why. Why do we focus on these areas? Thank you for the presentation. Our third speaker in the session will discuss the land, coast, and ocean interaction topical area. Ronaldo Cristofoletti is a professor at the Federal University of Sao Paulo Institute of Marine Sciences. His current research is focused on disentangling the influence of natural and anthropogenic drivers of coastal biodiversity and ecosystem services.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Steve. And I'd like to start by also acknowledging and even saying I'm not a native English speaker, so if I use the wrong words in such a sensitive moment, but acknowledging your very important open remarks that shows clearly the importance of ocean observation in face of such a difficult moment for the overall society, but in your name and all Americans here, I'm sorry, and I'm close and hope that goes in the best way, if that would say, or the less worst way as possible tonight. So, and thanks for NOAA for being using science to making this less impactful as possible as an awareness. And I think that links a little bit from what I'm here to tell you now, coming from the other two presentations from when you see about ocean observation and also AMOC. Okay, I can follow if of the presentation. That is regarding understanding when we come from an ocean that is productive and we have different levels of productivity, when we come understand the role of AMOC, but is understanding that this ocean is also related to the ocean-atmosphere link, and it is regulating the climate from all the globe, and that means that anything that happens at the land and ecosystems or coastal ecosystems, in the terrestrial ecosystems, is also dependent from the ocean. So it goes much beyond understand only the ocean, but the interactions. And I want to start to bring these interactions between land, coast, and oceans, and just following from the productivity and the AMOC and just understanding there is a clear relationship ocean-atmosphere. So by removing carbon, by regulating temperature, it links us to the polar regions. We just have an amazing keynote presentations about the importance of the polar regions on that. So the AMOC is also helped to transport all those energy that regulate the air mass that goes ocean, land directions that regulate our rain. So of course, most of you here are aware of those processes, but that means why, if we want to understand what happens in the land and land productivity, not only ocean productivity, we need to understand and have ocean observation, because that will influence all the agriculture, for example. So ocean regulates the global climate, and then all the dynamics from full ecosystems, including terrestrial. And then in that way, if you understand these interactions and there is a connection between land and ocean, we are talking about that all the changes that happen in the land use, for example, so all the deforestations, all other impacts in changes of land use, you also have an impact in the ocean. And that goes more close with the urbanization at the coastal areas. Most of the population of the world lives in the coast. And then we have a lot of change in land use and generating a lot of pollution that goes to the ocean. And then we have those contaminants, pollutants that comes from inland, from coastal areas, and goes to the ocean. And that is important for us to understand how ocean is working, to having a monitoring system from different patterns, from physical, chemical, biological, because those impacts will influence on biodiversity, for example. At the same way, when we talk about the changes in the ocean process, they will influence coastal areas and even inland areas by coastal erosion, if you go more closer to the coastal, by the extreme events, the storms, the high tides, the tsunamis, or as we were just talking about in the opening, hurricanes, so it goes much further impacts, and the long-term sea level rise that I see in climate change. So it's a full connected world. And even who is inland and wants to understand their life and their changes that you have, that you depend on somehow understand what's going on in the ocean. So having ocean observation systems are key for the full understanding of the full dynamics from the world we live, as here represented, although the very inland areas are not represented here, but for those processes that go from the sea level rise, acidification, the atmospheric process that you change and influence in different ways. Well, that said, what are the consequences of that? Some I have already, I already mentioned, like the biodiversity. So by having pollutants coming on the ocean, or by ocean change air masses and changing cycles of rain and dry seasons in many areas, it will also impact the land, the terrestrial biodiversity. We will have changes then in the ecosystem functioning. That goes for food security, coming already closer, as Ken Paul was saying earlier, understanding that is also related to us, understanding this living being that is the oceans and its interactions with the other ecosystems, somehow impact us. So food security, the One Health, there is the link between a health ecosystem with health organisms. Our health is related to that. It's all linked in these interactions between land, coast, and ocean. So all human and well-being and many other topics would be linked to that, and then we go for the sustainable blue economy, we go for the biodiversity ecosystems, and many different ways that societies depend on. And that also links us to the previous area of action of climate resilience, because for us to work on climate resilience, we also need to have a very strong ocean observation that allow us to have models to predict and to work with our communities, deciding what should be done for the resilience. So both things are completely linked. So what would be the main points then of this considering research on land, coast, and ocean interactions? I would, based on what was the workshop, I was also not there, but I had contact with who was there in the document, but also bring from my own perspective, linking three main dimensions, that are considering the observation of all the environmental parameters, the human dimension, and the governance. I think they are all integrated here, so we need to know what we already know, what is known, who are the stakeholders or groups that are linked on that. We discussed in the morning the importance of co-design, of bringing the different stakeholders together, who are the ones related to the ocean observation by generating data or by using the data, how to scale it up from local to regional, to large ocean bases, and what are two approaches and knowledges that are needed. So some thoughts for us as our Aoria community to consider on that would be, well, what is already known, it is necessary to understand what are experience, best practices, and even barriers that can help us to identify and to optimizing this link between the hydrological zones at different scales. Some impacts, for example, climate resilience, they will happen at the margin of a river. So we need to understand at that scale, but we need to scale up for other regions and understand how to exchange this. Also, regarding what is known, if the impacts are related to the human beings in our society, we need to work on the society engagement. So we need to understand the socio-ecological systems. So we, as human beings, are part of the system. So it's not only about the impacts in the ecosystems, but in our life as a whole. And then it also includes the economics. As we know, there is a poster down there. We need to look at that. And for that, to engage society, we need to consider a strategic communication plan. What are those stakeholders at mood level? So we need to map and understand all the different regions of the Atlantic, the scientists, the users, the decision makers, and also the communities that will be impacted for that data. And we need to understand, do they already have the data, knowledge, or gaps they need? And that can vary from region to region. And that can be for a disaster risk reduction, that can be to address environmental impact, because when we think about the pollutants coming to the ocean as well that we need to monitor, most of the resilience of the ocean ecosystem depend on being a healthy ocean. So both things are integrated. And we need to strengthen existing capacities at the local scale, and because might be they have the proper answer they need, and we need then exchange knowledge and by working co-productions. And then finally, what would be tools, approaches, and knowledges? So those are all reflections I'm bringing to this community, but it's considering what are best practices and barriers for us to exchange data regarding this. Ocean observation is about generating data. Data generated by different institutions. How are we sharing that? Because we need to work at large scales at different ways. Are those data fair and care? That are principles that are clear for data management and ocean observation and all data, not only ocean, but the history. We need to identify gaps on geographical and temporal scales. We know that ocean observation demands investment, demand capacities, demand infrastructure, and we don't have that equally throughout the Atlantic. So how can we discuss ways to go over those gaps? And how can we consider that data management and infrastructure structure, considering funding that is equity? Because if we're gonna go from local to large scales, we need to share the data and we need to evaluate them all. So those are topics for us that we need to consider in our discussions. Thank you.
Ronaldo, thank you very much. I think you put very eloquently the concept of Earth system understanding, that we cannot divorce land from ocean, from atmosphere. And I loved how you wove in the requirements to engage human societies, not only the researchers doing the work, but those affected by the outcomes of the science that we are producing together. So I attempted to set the stage with my opening remarks to answer the question why. Why ocean observations and modeling? The first three speakers in the panel spoke primarily to the question of what. What is it that we are proposing to do under this work plan? The fourth and final speaker is going to speak a bit more about how we plan to go about doing this. Our last speaker in the session is Jessica Snowden. She is the chair of the Atlantos program. She is also the deputy director of the Global Ocean Monitoring and Observing Program at NOAA, and she was previously with the U.S. Integrated Ocean Observing System, where she had the pleasure of working with DFO colleagues to establish the Canadian IOC system. She'll be speaking about the role of Atlantos going forward.
I want to start by saying it's been so impressive to me to hear the number of people just in the last 24 hours who've used the word heart and care and interpersonal connections and community. And as I start this brief presentation, I want to point out that the steering committee of Atlantos, as it exists right now, talk about heart. I mean, these are like most of us, right? This is a volunteer effort, people who have been working on this project and now program, some of them for many years. And it's because we believe in it and we really enjoy each other. And so I'm really happy to be here and to be able to talk to you about how I could see us going forward and expanding our connections in this space. So just a small bit of background and context on Atlantos. Some people are maybe familiar with it. And if you're not, just as well, you're here to learn together. The vision is to advance and co-design the Atlantic Ocean Observing System. It's a big mission. And you can read the words on the slide for yourself. You'll see some very familiar themes there. We are really working to evolve Atlantos to focus on co-design, bridging the gap between observers, modelers, forecasters, and end users, to understand requirements and develop recommendations to meet societal needs, and to work with the community to ensure we're leveraging ocean observing efforts and creating a community of practice. So key challenges, I think we're all familiar with key challenges in the observing space. I'm excited though to be here today because I think I see ways to make steps and perhaps even a small hop, a tiny jump forward in addressing some of these key challenges based on the outcomes of the workshop that we've been referencing this past, or 2 months ago now in August in DC. And following on the outcomes, hopefully tomorrow, what we find from the high-level board, going forward with Aoria. So I think that there is different momentum and possibility than was there before. And so why Atlantos in this space? There's a list of I don't know, credentials, if you will, ways that we as a committee have worked to connect and validate the Atlantos mission and vision to other existing and ongoing efforts. I'd like to say that over the past several years, the Atlantos program, which we started as an EU-funded Horizon 2020 project, and then graduated to an unfunded program, hence this labor of love that we all can continue to volunteer for. We've really, since coming out of the pandemic, reinvigorated our steering committee. Some institutional knowledge remained. We had new membership that we invited on. We're trying to be more intentional about engaging around the entirety of the Atlantic Basin, south and north. And we've focused in on some specific projects that we want to advance, some really key things, actual activities that can show the value of this partnership around and across the Atlantic Basin. So I've listed some of them here, and some of these things should look remarkably similar to what you just heard in earlier remarks or fit neatly under them. We have been investing in with tiny bits of resources from here and there, and certainly with our expert community to advance topics such as accessible technology and data access, boundary current studies, AMOC, impact studies. That's something that Atlantos has been actively working on for about the past year and a half, with more forthcoming very soon to help different parts of society around different places on the Atlantic Basin understand how changes in AMOC may impact them. And sargassum research is another area that as an Atlantos community, we've decided is a priority area and need for work. So these themes that over the past years, Atlantos has been championing and trying to make progress on really fit incredibly well with the 3 priority areas that came from the workshop in August in DC. So shared goals, shared priorities. This is why we feel that Atlantos could be a kernel, right? A key contribution to the Aoria observing and modeling priority area. And building from where we are, I think that's very important to getting to where we need to go. We were keenly aware, as we also acknowledged today, we were keenly aware at the workshop in August, as we've also mentioned today, of the people who are not in the room. And so it's never going to be perfect. We're trying to make our best possible decisions with as many diverse and inclusive ideas, thoughts, needs as we can and go forward. And so I see this as another one of those moments in time to take work that's been going on, to incorporate it into this bigger all-Atlantic structure and leverage and build off of that to reach into different areas, countries, organizations that we've known we've wanted to get to, and find the ones that we don't even know exist that should be a part of it, bring the right experts together for the observing and modeling areas, and make progress on some of these priorities that we all know we need to. And so I've pulled, this to me, there's the Atlantos picture there at the top. The bottom is from the All Atlantic website. It's the Atlantic Basin, as I think we all know, is both a very busy area. There's so much going on. There's so many projects and activities, and they all have different names, but they all kind of sound similar. I am not implying any duplication, but it's challenging. It's really hard to know what all is going on, where are the needs, and sometimes I don't know if my colleague that I'm working with on one topic area happens to be working on some other related thing, and we might sit in the same office. So imagining that on a basin scale is quite daunting. But I'd like to think that for both priority areas, both the climate resilience and the observing and modeling with Aoria's leadership, that we are making progress toward more coordinated and understandable ways to engage in the all-Atlantic space, specifically helping to address needs in areas where there are huge gaps in the South, I think in particular. The North is very crowded in some ways, but has its own gaps. Anyway, I looked at this and thought, this to me is such a great snapshot of both so much that is going on and the need to do a much better job coordinating it so that we're making the most of all of the limited resources that we have to put into it. So some next steps. We're here as Atlantis. There are several of us. You'll hear, I think, Brad talk tomorrow, and Anne is a part of our group. We look forward to hearing how we might be useful to Aoria going forward. I want to point out that one of the things that we have already recommended to the steering committee of Aoria and the high-level board is a way to take what exists right now as Atlantos and make it more representative. So re-looking at, to be a little bit in the governance weeds, looking at our terms of reference, making sure that all of the Aoria partners have representation on the observing and modeling group. Finding the right people. We're some of them, but we're not all the right ones. And so finding an equitable way to reach out, to be inclusive, to allow all, like I said, all of the partner countries to understand how they can participate, what that looks like, and how their needs can be identified and hopefully addressed is very, very important to us. So I would look forward to having that conversation going forward. And where have I left? I think that is it. That's pretty simple, right? That's all we need to do. I really do appreciate your time, and I've been so energized by all of the conversations and presentations today. So I hope that this provides a little bit more food for thought for you all, and look forward to continuing on from here. Thank you.
Jess, thank you for that presentation. One of the commonalities throughout the discourse we have had around Aoria is how it builds upon other existing structures. And you spoke to the community of the willing, that this was, Atlantos, a funded project, and it is now, you've graduated to a program with no funding, but a whole lot of willing spirits. And I think that this is an opportunity for us to capitalize on that volunteerism. So in many other sessions similar to this one, we move to the question and answer session, and we hear from one or two of you. We're going to try something different. So I ask you, for those that have them, to pull out your cell phones. We have a couple of questions that we want your feedback on. So if you do not have an internet-enabled cell phone, there is free Wi-Fi. For those that do, go ahead and take a shot of that QR code, and we'll leave it up for a bit. We want to pose 3 questions to you using the Slido tool. All right. I still see cameras up, so go ahead and get the shot if you can. All right. All right, I see most of the cameras down. All right, we have 3 questions, and we will switch to the Slido display in just a moment. But one of the concerns we have had is about capacity. How much human capacity do we have to address Aoria priorities? And we have just given you 3 subtopics: under ocean observations and modeling. And if we had to prioritize, which one of those is most important? Now we're switching over to Slido. Hopefully, for those on your phones, you now see the question. Hopefully. All right, you get only one choice. This is not vote early and often. Only one choice. And as you're voting, we should see the input coming forth. And what I will say is our intention is to provide this information to the steering committee and the high-level board in roughly 6 months' time, when we have the first of the actions under each of these 3 areas complete, and we discuss what comes next, in particular whether we have the human capacity to address 1, 2, or all 3 of these. All right, and I apologize to my panelists. I didn't prep you to grab your phones. If you want to go get them, be my guest. All right, I think we have a slight majority. This has been useful information. I'll leave it there for just a second. It seems as if the responses have stabilized. All right, if we can switch back to the presentation. The second question we have, and this one is going to ask for a short text response. We have talked about the reality that there may be synergies between the ocean climate nexus with the emphasis on coastal resilience focal area and the ocean observation and modeling focus area. So having sat through the last two sessions, we ask you, are there a couple of topics that can overlap between these two that we should be aware of? And we will provide this information to the subject matter experts that are going to be working on each of the focal areas. All right, if we switch to the Slido screen, you should have the ability to enter your text responses now. And as you hit submit, we're going to see your responses pop up in real time. Now, as these are coming in, one of the conundra that we have is delineating areas of responsibility that will lead to accountability. So what are we as an alliance accountable for achieving? What have we said we're going to do as a group? And are we making progress toward that? Now, the first couple that came in touched on ecosystem modeling and the connection with Earth observations. I think that is an area that is ripe for dialogue, and we heard that, I think, fairly explicitly come up in the remarks from the two panels. I'm going to leave this question up for another minute or two. If you haven't entered your response, I'd ask you to do so. And I will say, for those that may be still online, first, for those on the eastern shores of the Atlantic, thank you for staying with us for such a long time into the evening. But you should be able to also provide your information using a QR code on the screen as well. All right. They're still coming in, so I'm going to hold off before pushing the button to go to the next one. All right. I think it has slowed down. All right. The last one is a relatively quick question, I think. Earlier today, the Inuit knowledge holder asked us in his concluding remarks to think with our hearts, to act from there. We've had a very long day. Part of me is energized, part of me is also tired, but part of me is energized because of the hope that I think has sprung from the Alliance. So I'd ask you to submit a 1 or 2 word phrase that describes how you are currently feeling. What is it from the heart that you are taking away from this day? And this will pop up as a word cloud. Now, I have to honestly state that as these appear, they are mapping to what I had hoped would come out. And there's always a risk, right? And what are you going to see jump out? It is, I'd say, overwhelmingly positive that the words on the screen to me are inspiring. And they are some of these words are not ones that I would have used myself, which I think shows the diversity of perspective in the room. All right, so while the first 2 results are definitely going to be shared with those working on this focal area, this one was primarily for us as a way of resetting near the end of the day and reconnecting to what I tried to raise at the beginning, a focus on why we are here, a focus on the optimism and the hope for the future. I wanted to hearken back in my closing remarks that at last night's reception at the residence of the Irish ambassador, the early career professional spoke about how her involvement in Aoria has led to what she believes will be lifelong friendships. I'd like to challenge each of us in the next 24 hours that we have here at this forum to try to replicate the blessing that she has received, which is to reach out to connect with someone you don't know, to see if you too can form a friendship that you may not yet have that could last for months, for years, perhaps for the rest of your life. I want to thank my panel. I'd ask for a round of applause for them. And 55 minutes ago, I spoke with Master of Ceremonies Justin and said I would try to give 5 minutes back to the organizers. I think I hit the 55-minute mark on the nose. The podium is yours, sir. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much to the participants and our moderator. So this is our final session for today, which will consist of an interactive dialogue on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And before I turn the floor to workshop coordinator, Dr. Deborah Santos Prado, I would like to thank everyone for participating today and staying late. Once you have completed this interactive dialogue, there's no need to reconvene in this room, as we will hear all about the outcomes of this activity during tomorrow's sessions. I look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. And a reminder, there's a side event this evening from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Prohibition Public House, 337 Somerset Street West, 337 Somerset Street West. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the last session of the day, and I suppose many of you are feeling very tired now. But we hope to make these next couple minutes engaging and stimulating. So this is supposed to be the second part of the session we had in the morning regarding the cross-cutting themes, equity, diversity, and inclusion. So we've designed the session to be interactive and participatory because we believe your voices and experiences are key to advancing these topics, not just in the Aoria project, but also our broader relationships with the all-Atlantic communities. So we are going to explore 3 questions. The first one, what design best practices should be considered by scientists, by project leads, by ECOPs, when we are planning and executing Aoria projects to help advance progresses in equity, diversity, and inclusion. And then, what are the main barriers to advancing these progresses? And third, considering our actions with the communities, how can we collectively make progress in diversity, equity, and inclusion, building on existing resources and guidance? So to guide us through this, we are using a word cafe approach. So we are coming from this high technology way of interaction to a more traditional one, and we are going to use flip charts, okay? So just quick instructions. We have planned to have 2 sets of flip charts, but maybe this is a last-minute change, and we are keeping everybody here, okay? Because we don't have much time. So let's stay here together and make sure we can have a couple minutes of discussions. So, what else? I think the idea is gather around in one of the flip charts. We have 3 of them. We are going to have some hosts. Maybe now we are going to have 2 in each flip chart that are responsible to take notes. This is more a brainstorming exercise, so don't think much, just what comes to your mind when you think about these questions, okay? After this session, our rapporteurs will work on summarizing the discussions, and they will share the results in the part 3 of this session. That's going to be tomorrow, okay? I think that's it. We are probably having a couple minutes, and maybe you're going to listen to this. It's not a bell, but it's a toy that I borrowed from my daughter. This is just a sign for you to move on and go to the next flip chart and try to give some inputs on that questions, okay? Can we try this for the more 20 minutes? And then, we would appreciate, I hope you enjoy this moment to stand up a little bit and give some insights, okay? Thank you.